Chen Luo thought he had landed a great deal when he managed to rent a riverside courtyard in Jiangcheng for just 500 yuan per month. He was so excited that he paid 3 years' rent upfront. However, on moving day, he discovered that his ex-girlfriends also lived there. To his left lived his first love, the campus beauty; to his right, his college counselor; downstairs, a former gangster senior; and upstairs, a film superstar. And lurking in the shadows was a hidden big boss. Chen Luo found himself surrounded by his ex-girlfriends. When everyone's true identities were finally revealed, Chen Luo realized. This time, there was no escape. Chapter 1, This time, I want to be a good person. Jiangcheng is still the best. So many beautiful women. At the square outside the Jiangcheng high-speed rail station, a tall, well-built young man with handsome features scanned the crowd while dragging 2 suitcases, eagerly searching for one beautiful face after another. His gaze held a hint of nostalgia and affection. However, his eyes lingered on each woman for only a few seconds before eagerly moving on to the next, stopping for longer only when he encountered someone exceptionally attractive. Meeting is fate, and seeing is like having dated, he said with a hint of reluctance. Goodbye, my ex-girlfriends. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze and turned toward a bespectacled young man running toward him. Xuanping, his college dorm mate who used to sleep in the bunk above him. Xuanping was an author who loved writing and reading adult novels, as well as one of Chen Luo's best friends. Chen Luo, in turn, was his biggest fan and loyal reader. Bro, you finally decided to come back. Xuanping shouted excitedly, getting close and giving Chen Luo a hearty hug. After 2.5 years apart, Xuanping had genuinely missed his good friend. All right, a hug is enough. Chen Luo murmured, noticing some odd looks around them. Let us go. To welcome you back, I've arranged a special treat for you, my private massage therapist, just for tonight. Xuanping said generously, releasing him. No, thanks. I've quit, Chen Luo replied with a gentle shake of his head. Quit? Xuanping looked puzzled. He had assumed that after teaching in a rural village for 2.5 years, Chen Luo would be eager to cut loose back in Jiangcheng. But to hear him say he'd quit. Yeah. Chen Luo nodded, sounding like he'd seen through everything. Love arises like the wind, but it's hard to calm their heart once it stirs. Full night? Xuanping asked with a sly grin. That's not what I meant. Chen Luo looked troubled. I'm serious, I'm done with that life. What's going on? Xuanping paused, then asked, don't tell me 2.5 years of no action has left you out of practice. Cheap thrills don't work on me anymore, Chen Luo replied with a serene smile. Seeing his friend's calm demeanor, Xuanping was truly baffled. He studied Chen Luo with a mischievous look, as if meeting him for the first time. Something's way off. He muttered. He recalled the old Chen Luo, who had effortlessly charmed a campus beauty in just a month during their freshman year, making him the envy of all the guys on campus. By sophomore year, he'd moved on and was secretly dating their stunning academic counselor, who often invited him over for extra tutoring on weekends, something that had driven Xuanping crazy with envy. In his senior year, while interning, Chen Luo even struck up a relationship with a famous actress. When Xuanping found out, he was sleepless with frustration, both from his own failures and from his friend's successes. Once Chen Luo began dating the actress, he broke things off with the counselor and graduated right into a luxurious villa, moving in with his wealthy girlfriend. However, less than 6 months later, Chen Luo abruptly left Jiangcheng, telling Xuanping he needed to lay low for a while and to tell anyone looking for him that he had no idea of his whereabouts. Xuanping hadn't understood at the time, but later, when someone offered him 1,000,000 yuan for information about Chen Luo, he was sorely tempted. In the end, though, he genuinely didn't know where Chen Luo had gone. Wait, was it because of that incident 2 years ago? Xuanping asked, suddenly connecting the dots. It's in the past, Chen Luo replied nonchalantly. Xuanping was spot on. Chen Luo's decision to change his ways did indeed stem from an incident 2.5 years prior. At the time, he was happily dating the actress when a former classmate asked him for help, saying her family was pressuring her to marry. She asked him to play the role of her boyfriend. She was beautiful, and Chen Luo, unable to refuse, agreed, thinking it was harmless fun. But it turned out to be a trap. The classmate orchestrated a staged romantic moment and then sent the photos to the actress, intending to make her jealous enough to break up with him and claim Chen Luo for herself. A clever scheme she almost succeeded in outsmarting a master at the dating game. The actress, however, had a volatile reaction. She lured Chen Luo to a remote hotel, locked him in a room, doused it with gasoline, and prepared to burn him alive. In a desperate moment, Chen Luo managed to escape through the balcony, jumping down to the next floor and narrowly saving his life. He left Jiangcheng that very night, vowing never to get entangled with women again. "All right, let us go. I'll take you to your riverside courtyard," Xuanping said, letting the topic drop. He grabbed the suitcases, loaded them into the car, and drove them both to Chen Luo's new home. After more than an hour, they finally arrived. Seeing the courtyard in person, Xuanping was astonished. "Bro, you got this place for 500 yuan a month." "Yep," Chen Luo said, beaming with satisfaction. "Worth it, right? I even paid 3 years rent upfront with all the money I saved from teaching." The courtyard apartment had one bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, plus a spacious, luxurious balcony. There wasn't another apartment like it anywhere in Jiangcheng. "Why do you always find these crazy deals?" Xuanping sighed in frustration. "Guess it's my good looks," Chen Luo laughed, grabbing his suitcase and heading upstairs. Xuanping followed, carrying the other suitcase. When they reached the top floor, they were greeted by an expansive balcony, practically its own little courtyard. Just then, Chen Luo's neighbor, a young woman, was reclining in a chair on her shaded balcony, reading a fashion magazine. She wore a white shirt, black trimmed shorts, and no shoes, revealing her slender legs and bare feet. "Nice legs," Xuanping muttered. "Wait, why does she look so familiar?" Chen Luo whispered, staring at her legs. For some reason, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. This woman looked just like his first love. At that moment, the woman on the balcony sensed their gazes and looked up, locking eyes with them. Chen Luo's eyes widened in shock. The woman was indeed his first love and college crush, Jiangcheng, the campus beauty. "Long time no see, Jiangcheng," Chen Luo said, forcing a strained smile and greeting her. Jiangcheng looked equally stunned. After a few moments of silence, she finally asked, surprised, "Are you living here too, Chen Luo?" Chapter 2, Unfinished Business. What did she mean by "also"? Could it be that she's also living at Linjian Courtyard? Chen Luo remembered that when Xuanping came to check out the place, the landlord had mentioned a beautiful lady living next door. Could this lady be Jiangcheng? Jiangcheng certainly deserved to be called a beauty. No, she was a fairy-like beauty. She became the campus queen the moment she set foot in Jiangcheng University. Her looks, her figure, her aura absolutely flawless. It was as if, when creating her, Muir herself used a fine carving knife for every detail, while the rest of them were merely mold mud dolls. "Yes, I'll be heading in," Chen Luo replied, calming himself. He dragged his suitcase into his room and immediately shut the door behind him. Sitting down on the sofa with a serious expression, he deliberated for a while before making a firm decision, speaking with determination. "As long as I'm not embarrassed, she's the one who will feel awkward." "Well said." Xuanping laughed, getting up. "Bro, I have to get going, but I'll treat you to a late-night snack later." With that, he left the room, walked down to his car, and sped off with a rev of the engine. "So unreliable," Chen Luo muttered, then began unpacking. Truthfully, there wasn't much to arrange, as the place seemed newly furnished and had everything he needed. Except for a bit of dust, it looked almost untouched. Initially, Chen Luo thought the landlord might be running a fake house operation. On the day of the viewing, Xuanping even brought a formaldehyde detector, but the readings showed the air quality was excellent. Even the furniture brands were top-notch. So, despite the fact that his ex-girlfriend was his neighbor, Chen Luo was determined to stay. This place was too perfect to pass up. Of course, it did depend on which ex-girlfriend was next door. If it were that crazy actress, Chen Luo would probably already be in the car with Xuanping, speeding away. "The crazy one, I heard she's abroad filming right now. Jiangcheng should be safer now." Over the past couple of years, Chen Luo kept tabs on her from his phone. Learning she'd accepted an invitation to film overseas finally gave him the courage to return to Jiangcheng. If he were to rate his for ex-girlfriends, she'd definitely be S+. Enough thinking about the past. "I have a choice now, I want to be a good man," Chen Luo reassured himself. Once he'd finished arranging his things, he laid back on the sofa, spreading his arms and gazing around his new home, feeling full of hope for the future. Just then, his phone buzzed with a 20% battery warning. He plugged in the charger, but the phone showed it wasn't charging. Puzzled, Chen Luo tried another outlet, but still, it wouldn't charge. Could there be a power outage, he wondered. After fiddling with a few switches, he thought about asking his neighbor, Jiangcheng. After all, they had parted on good terms back then. No problem in just asking, right? After a quick pep talk, he stepped onto the balcony. Jiangcheng was still there, lounging on her chair with that perfect pair of legs on display. Seeing her again, he thought to himself it was a shame they had broken up. But even if he could go back in time, he'd still make the same decision to part ways. Back then, they had a deep and genuine connection. Chen Luo believed they'd go from campus to society and eventually to marriage. But reality had other plans. Jiangcheng's parents had stumbled upon their relationship, and when Jiangcheng introduced him as her boyfriend, they were shocked to learn he was an orphan. They demanded that Chen Luo marry into her family, with any children bearing her last name. They even insisted that strangers play the roles of his parents at their wedding. Chen Luo couldn't agree to it. Jiangcheng was so reluctant to break up that she even suggested they get pregnant first, hoping her parents might relent if she were expecting. That night, heavy rain poured, and he watched it fall, thinking if he could see the moon through the rain clouds, he'd agree to Jiangcheng's idea. But the sky was black, thick with clouds, as if their future held no light. When morning came, he finally said those 3 words. Let us break up. Jiangcheng, why doesn't my room have electricity? Chen Luo asked. Jiangcheng put down her magazine, studying Chen Luo's face. After 2.5 years, he was still as handsome, with a youthful air and clear, sunny features. The power's out due to roadwork. It'll be back by tonight. Jiangcheng turned her head to look at a nearby construction site. Following her gaze, Chen Luo noticed the roadwork for the first time. So, you're without power too? The whole area is out, she replied, sitting up. Want to grab something to eat across the street? If we go together, we can order more dishes. Sure, Chen Luo agreed, thinking of it as a simple neighborly meal. They crossed the street to a large mall nearby, where Jiangcheng led the way to a stir-fry restaurant, evidently a regular spot for her. At the counter, she ordered 1 eggplant with minced pork, 1 braised beef stew no cilantro and a tomato scrambled egg. Got it, the woman at the counter replied, jotting down the order before glancing at Chen Luo with a smile. Is this your boyfriend, Miss Jiu? Past tense, Jiangcheng said, glancing back at Chen Luo. The counter lady looked momentarily surprised but nodded knowingly, smiling in a way that seemed to suggest she knew something unspoken. After all, they say exes can never really be friends. And if they can, it probably means there are still feelings lingering. Chapter 3, First Love on the left, Advisor on the right. As they walked into the restaurant, Chen Luo and Jiangcheng sat down across from each other. Shortly after, their 3 dishes arrived. Let us eat, Jiangcheng said, taking 2 pairs of chopsticks from their holder and handing a pair to Chen Luo with a practiced motion, almost like they were an old married couple. Chen Luo was momentarily dazed, feeling as if he'd gone back to their days of dating. Indeed, if he were ever to choose someone to spend his life with, it would be his first love, Jiangcheng. But, in the end, they'd gone their separate ways. What's on your mind? Jiangcheng asked as she noticed Chen Luo zoning out. Nothing, he replied vaguely, accepting the chopsticks and beginning to eat. He realized Jiangcheng had remembered that braised beef without cilantro was his favorite dish, even after all these years. Still, everything between them was already in the past. Silently, they ate. As Jiangcheng had said, she was just looking for someone to share the meal, making no effort to chat with him. After they finished lunch, they went to the counter to pay. Jiangcheng opened her payment app and asked, how much? 74 yuan, the restaurant owner replied with a smile. Jiangcheng paid 78 yuan, then took 2 bottles of water from the fridge, handing one to Chen Luo before heading out of the restaurant. On their way to the road, Jiangcheng said, add me on Green Bubble and transfer me your half for the meal. I thought, Chen Luo responded playfully, you were treating me. You thought wrong. Jiangcheng replied, showing no leniency. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Luo chuckled, then took out his phone and added her on green bubble. When he left Jiangcheng in a hurry, he deleted all his contacts, fearing that any of his exes might reach out and track him down through mutual friends. After over a year, the only friend he dared to reconnect with was his best buddy, Xu Anping. After adding her, he quickly transferred 39 yuan to Jiangcheng. Together, they crossed the street and returned to their little courtyard. They went upstairs without a word, like familiar strangers, each closing their doors immediately upon entering, as if synchronized. Back in his room, Chen Luo went straight to his bedroom. His nearly 20 square meter room had a double bed and a desk near the window, which extended outward with a small cactus and a succulent plant. He found himself, almost involuntarily, moving to the window, looking to his left just as Ji Yuqing, from her window, looked right. Their eyes met unexpectedly across the window. In less than a second, Ji Yuqing looked away, pretending to check the view below, then quickly retreated inside, leaning against the wall, looking embarrassed. What was that? Did he see me? Ji Yuqing clenched her teeth, feeling as if she'd just made a huge fool of herself. Does he think I still secretly like him? She wondered, trying to convince herself that she wasn't the same girl who'd been in love with him years ago. She calmed down after a moment of self-reassurance. Meanwhile, Chen Luo was unbothered. After all, compared to the chaotic film queen ex-girlfriend, Ji Yuqing barely stirred any emotional waves. Back when they were dating, he remembered that the most angry she'd ever gotten was staying silent for half a day. Eventually, he made it up to her with a packet of strawberry gummies. Thinking about it now, she was so easy to please. He lay down and napped. Luckily, it was early autumn, and Jiangcheng was pleasantly cool, so the power outage wasn't an issue. If it were the height of summer, the over 30-degree heat in Jiangcheng would have been unbearable. He woke around 4 p.m., did some light exercise, completing 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. He worked up a light sweat, admiring his well-defined abs as he felt that the effort was paying off. After a refreshing shower, he sat in the living room, scrolling through videos on Douyin, though he found the quality of content hit or miss. Many had effects that exaggerated leg length, and he thought Ji Yuqing's legs looked better. With that, he opened Green Bubble to check her moments. As expected, Ji Yuqing's posts hadn't changed. She only posted daily life activities: cooking, shopping, milk tea outings, buying clothes, amusement parks, claw machines, hiking, and bungee jumping. Wait. Ji Yuqing did bungee jumping? Chen Luo was astonished as he looked closely at a 5-year-old post showing her strapped to a bungee cord, dangling over a valley. How do I say goodbye to you? She decaptioned it. That caption was so melancholic. He noted the date. It was precisely 100 days after their breakup, a date he remembered clearly, even 5 years later. Why am I even thinking about this? Chen Luo sighed, putting down his phone just as a message from Xu Anping popped up, filled with a series of surprised and shocked emojis. What's going on? Chen Luo asked, confused. Bro. I just found out something huge. Replied Xu Anping. Drama queen. Can't you be more mature and composed, like me? Chen Luo replied, trying to sound wise. It's about you, Xu Anping responded. Chen Luo froze. Come outside, Xu Anping continued, I'm parked downstairs. Chen Luo quickly put on his shoes and headed down, climbing into the passenger seat of Xu's Bic, looking at him curiously. What is it? You remember our college advisor, Ms. Meng Yu? Xu asked. Of course. What's up with her? She wasn't just their advisor, she was his personal mentor, the one he turned to during hard times, his refuge, his gentle solace. She apparently lives here too, Xu said, pulling up Meng Yu's social media and showing Chen Luo a photo she'd posted a cactus on a windowsill. Chen Luo looked at the photo, then craned his head out the car window to look up at the balcony on the right side of the second floor. There, on the windowsill, was a cactus identical to the one in the photo. No way, that's wild. Chapter 4, we said we could still be friends after we broke up. What do you want? Xu Anping asked with a gloating smile on his face. Old Xu, you can still laugh. Chen Luo looked at Xu Anping's expression, who seemed to be enjoying the fun, and said in a serious tone, Do you believe that I will report you for writing pornographic articles? No, no, no. Xu Anping immediately gave in and said with a smile, I was wrong. Chen Luo didn't reply. His face looked gloomy. He could still handle one first love ex-girlfriend, but two ex-girlfriends were a bit overwhelming. Although Meng Yu's risk factor was not high. But one on the left and one on the right, he was caught in the middle. This is not a good sign. Ponder for a moment. Chen Luo opened the passenger door and got out of the car, looking towards the square across the street. He remembered that when he had lunch today, there was a barbecue restaurant next to the stir-fry restaurant. He suddenly felt like eating barbecue. Old Shu, let's go have a barbecue. Chen Luo spoke. As he said that, he took the lead and walked across the street. Xu Anping was stunned for a moment and quickly got out of the car, then quickly followed Chen Luo's footsteps. The two of them came to their Kung Fu barbecue restaurant together. Then start getting the food. Brother Luo, I'm treating you tonight, so eat as much as you want. Xu Anping said. Then I'll have to kill you. Chen Luo smiled and responded. As he spoke, he put various skewers of meat into their vegetable basket. After taking more than 20 skewers of meat, he went to their vegetarian area. Cabbage, leeks, mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, eggplants, peppers, etc. Chen Luo took a full basket of vegetables. The final bill was 216 yuan. After sitting down at a table near the store entrance, Xu Anping spoke with a painful expression on his face. A barbecue. I'm broke. What the hell? Chen Luo opened a bottle of beer and took a few sips. He smiled with a disdainful expression and said, You spend money on those women, don't you feel bad? What do you know? Xu Anping said with a, it makes sense expression, My father is a gambler, my mother is sick, my brother is in school, and I am broken. I am supporting the national poverty alleviation work and helping my poor little sister. Am I wrong? You'd better save this jingle for the police. Chen Luo said with a smile. Now. Let's raise our glasses and have a toast. Do one. Xu Anping raised his glass and clinked it with Chen Luo, then gulped down the whole glass. At this time, the waiter also brought the skewers. The two of them started to show off. It's very satisfying to show off. Certainly. When drinking with Xu Anping, the latter's topic always revolves around beautiful women. For example, now. Xu Anping sat in a reclining chair, holding a string of roasted leeks in his hand, looking at a beautiful woman approaching from a distance, and whispered with an obscene look. Brother Luo, look over there, there's a beautiful lady. Can you guess how big her bear is? Chen Luo followed Xu Anping's gaze and saw a beautiful woman about 170 centimeters tall, wearing a black hip skirt and a white work shirt, with long black hair reaching her waist. She is wearing a pair of high heels. She was walking towards them with her long, round legs. Very big. Chen Luo took a look and said with a smile. I feel. Xu Anping looked at the beautiful woman who was approaching. Just as he was about to speak out his guess, his gaze moved from the beautiful woman's bear to her face. Then the pupils trembled. He lowered his voice and said, Brother Luo, that seems to be our instructor Meng Yu. What did you say? Chen Luo had just tilted his head back to take a sip of beer when he choked and vomited after hearing these words. When Chen Luo caught his breath and looked up again, the other person had already walked to their table. Now I can see it clearly. The beautiful lady Xu Anping was talking about was their university counselor Meng Yu. Chen Luo. What a coincidence. Meng Yu looked at Chen Luo and said without a trace of emotion. At this time, Meng Yu stood in front of their table, holding a black bag in one hand and her black suit jacket in the other, wearing a pair of high heels. Look up the legs. There was a sense of being looked up from a high position, especially the latter's big eyes, which carried an indescribable pressure from a superior. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. It's so fast. He thought they would meet again in the yard, so that Chen Luo could go back to their house immediately, but he ended up meeting Meng Yu while having a barbecue. Where can Chen Luo hide now? What a coincidence, Mr. Meng. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Meng Yu didn't reply. Instead, he simply pulled away the bench in front of the table and sat down next to Chen Luo, then asked in a calm tone. Do you mind sharing a table? No problem. Chen Luo shook his head and replied. This made her ask. What else can I say when you're already sitting down? And he said this. Xu Anping stood up slowly and said, I suddenly remembered that I haven't written my novel yet. It's a taboo for novelists to stop writing. I'll go back to write my novel first. Teacher Meng, you two take your time eating. After saying this, Xuanping just ran away, while Chen Luo continued to sit there quietly. After all, they were now neighbors. Since there is no way to hide, it's better to face it calmly. These 3 years. Meng Yu poured herself a beer and asked, "Where have you been?" "I went to the mountain village to teach." Chen Luo replied. "Teaching?" Meng Yu's face flashed with surprise and she said, "Will you still go to teach?" Speaking of. Meng Yu raised her beer and filled it up for herself, then gulped down the whole glass. When she spoke again, her tone sounded a little more resentful. "So this is why you deleted me? Didn't we agree on this when we broke up? We broke up peacefully and remained friends, but you deleted me without saying a word." Meng Yu looked up at Chen Luo. There was a little more blush on her face. "I have my reasons," Chen Luo said in a calm tone. "What's the reason?" Meng Yu asked. Chen Luo did not reply. Continue eating barbecue. He couldn't have a crazy ex-girlfriend who was going to set him on fire, right? Meng Yu did not ask Chen Luo any more questions, but just kept drinking. She drank 2 or 3 bottles in just a few minutes, and then fell on the table drunk. He muttered to himself. "Chen Luo. You said we could still be friends after breaking up. But you deleted me and haven't contacted me for 3 years. 3 years. Do you know how I have been spending the past 3 years?" Hearing Meng Yu's half-drunk and half-awake accusation, Chen Luo didn't know what to say for a moment. The situation was urgent and he couldn't tell her. "Mr. Meng, you are drunk. Let me help you go back." Chen Luo spoke softly. "Don't touch me, scumbag," Meng Yu said drunkenly while lying on a chair, and gently pushed Chen Luo's hand away. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. "I had no choice but to sit aside and continue eating the remaining barbecue." After a while, Meng Yu came over drunkenly again and said, "Lolo, can you help me go back?" Chen Luo had nothing to say. "I thought women are so fickle." Chapter 5 Teacher Meng is drunk. Finished the kebabs. Chen Luo looked at Meng Yu, who was lying on the chair drunk. She was wearing a white shirt that was stretched out to make her look plump and tight, and a black waist-hugging skirt, tightly restraining Meng Yu's slender waist. At the same time, Meng Yu's plump legs were exposed. Big hips and slim waist. I have to say, it is very dangerous for a girl to walk at night dressed like this, especially when she is drunk, although Meng Yu is no longer a girl now. To be precise, she should be called a young woman. But Meng Yu's mature and charming face is more lethal than many young girls, especially Meng Yu's broad mind, which makes many men want to throw themselves into her arms. If you encounter someone with bad intentions, "Teacher Meng, I'm going home," Chen Luo shouted. At the same time, he pulled Meng Yu's arm with one hand and helped her up from the chair with difficulty. Then Meng Yu leaned towards him, and he pounced on her head on. A moment. Chen Luo felt an unprecedented pressure. Fortunately, Chen Luo had not neglected his fitness in recent years, and his limbs were strong and powerful, and he quickly stabilized Meng Yu in his arms. The latter was completely limp, plump and delicate. Especially when Chen Luo put his arm around Meng Yu's slender waist, he actually found some of the original feeling and secretly felt a little nostalgic in his heart. Although Meng Yu is not the most beautiful among his ex-girlfriends, but there is no doubt about it, Meng Yu is the most annoying of his 4 ex-girlfriends, and Teacher Meng is also her enlightenment mentor, a good mentor who helped Chen Luo grow from a boy to a man. Especially, Meng Yu is also a woman who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. At first, after graduating from graduate school, Teacher Meng applied for a job at Jiangcheng University and became a counselor at their School of Fine Arts, relying on her proud figure and cold face. She instantly became the most beautiful female counselor in Jiangnan University, and Chen Luo and her class were also very lucky as they were assigned by the college leaders to lead their class. Since then, there were countless single male teachers trying to pursue Meng Yu, and they often saw small gifts given to her by other male teachers on Meng Yu's desk. There are even some brave boys chasing Meng Yu. In my sophomore year, Teacher Meng also taught a course in their class. I heard from seniors in previous years that the course was very easy and basically 30% of the students would skip it. And that semester, not a single boy skipped their easy class, and even students from other colleges took the initiative to come to their classroom to listen to teacher Meng's class. Sometimes it was so exaggerated that there was no seat for Chen Luo's class to sit in. However, in this fierce attack, there were young and talented teachers, rich second-generation young men from wealthy families, and strong black-skinned sports students. Various types. Everything you need. But no one has ever been looked at directly by Meng Yu. In other words, there were so many people pursuing her that they could be lined up from her desk to the gate of Jiangnan University, but she rejected them all ruthlessly. And it was rejected in an extremely cold manner. So later, Meng Yu has a new title, called Jiangda's #1 iceberg instructor. Then, Chen Luo felt that this title was very appropriate. The word iceberg could not only summarize her personality, but also perfectly highlight the physical characteristics of teacher Meng. There is no one else but Lei Dare. Only. No matter how greedy they were, they could only satisfy their eyes. At that time, countless boys secretly speculated that Meng Yu had a first love before, and her counselor was hurt during college. So now I have absolutely no interest in men. This rumor spread. Meng Yu did not refute the rumor either. Later, the rumor spread from one person to 10, from 10 to 100, and from 100 to 1,000. As time went by, their whole school knew about it, and gradually, no boys chased after her anymore. Until later. Only then did Chen Luo realize that this was all just a rumor and that teacher Meng was still a legitimate virgin. Later, Chen Luo asked Meng Yu curiously why she didn't explain. Teacher Meng said, "People are only willing to believe things within their own knowledge, such as pretty girls who don't have a boyfriend and have a cold personality. As if born guilty. This makes the men who can't get her jealous, and naturally they want to say bad things to ruin her reputation." To sum up, beauty is a disaster. The distance from the barbecue restaurant near the square back to the courtyard was about 300 or 400 meters, but Chen Luo found it very difficult to walk those several hundred meters. Because of Meng Yu. After getting drunk, she couldn't walk at all. Her pair of plump white legs were so weak, especially since she was wearing high heels, so her center of balance was unstable when she walked. Every step you take. Chen Luo had to be on guard against Meng Yu pinning him down, and at the same time he had to make sure they walked in a straight line. Fortunately, Chen Luo was a muscular man. I really can't handle it if someone else comes. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Luo finally helped Meng Yu back to the courtyard. The courtyard was gated at night. After Chen Luo opened the gate by scanning his face, he helped Meng Yu go upstairs step by step. Teacher Meng is wearing high heels. Every step you take up the stairs makes a crisp sound. At the same time, Jiangcheng, who was playing with her mobile phone on the sofa in the living room, suddenly heard footsteps coming up the stairs, and she could recognize the footsteps. It was different from the even footsteps that teacher Meng usually made. Then, Jiangcheng stood up curiously, put on her slippers, walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain and stared at the corner. Although her house is far away. But the line of sight just happens to see the corner of the balcony upstairs. The design is really very clever and delicate, as if it was carefully designed by someone. After a while, Jiangcheng saw Meng Yu being helped upstairs by Chen Luo. Under the illumination of the warm yellow voice-controlled light at the corner of the balcony, she clearly recognized that it was Chen Luo and Meng Yu. I saw Chen Luo put one hand around Meng Yu's waist. The intimacy between the two of them. Jiangcheng froze there for a moment, with a visible sense of loss in her eyes. She turned around and sat back on the sofa angrily, standing in a daze like a piece of wood. I don't know why. For no reason, I felt a sense of loss in my heart. Then, Jiangcheng turned her head and looked at the rabbit doll on the sofa. Seeing the doll's cute smiling face, she became even angrier. Are you, bad rabbit, laughing at me too? I'll beat you to death. Jiangcheng grabbed the rabbit doll that she used to hold in her arms, then clenched her pink fists and started punching with invisible punches. When she was tired, she lay down on the sofa, panting. The ups and downs of the chest are also very obvious. I give in. Why should I be angry over a scumbag? I will never like him again. He was the one who broke up with me in the first place. I don't care who he's with. Jiangcheng whispered to herself. After saying this, I picked up the rabbit teddy bear and went back to my room to sleep. On the other side, Chen Luo helped teacher Meng to her door. Just as he was about to take the key out of teacher Meng's bag, he found that the door was opened by a little boy. Chen Luo was stunned. Why is there a little boy in teacher Meng's family? Teacher Meng has become a mother. Why does she look a bit like him? Chapter 6. Meng Yu has a child at home. Looking at the little boy in front of him, Chen Luo's brain froze at this moment. Could this little guy be Meng Yu and his son? Judging from the timing, it is very likely. Calculate the time. He and Meng Yu broke up peacefully in the first semester of their senior year, and it has been almost 3.5 years now, and the little boy looks only about 3 or 4 years old. Looks a bit like him. Little friend, make way. Chen Luo smiled. At this time, the little boy saw Chen Luo supporting Meng Yu, standing at the door and staring at them blankly, his young face showing obvious timidity. After hearing what Chen Luo said, then he moved to the side, making way for the house. Immediately, Chen Luo helped teacher Meng into their house, turned around with difficulty and closed the door, then turned to look at the little boy and said, "Which one is her bedroom?" "That one." The little boy pointed to the bedroom on the left side of the room, and then Chen Luo helped Meng Yu walk into the bedroom on the left. "I touched the door a few times. Finally I found the bedroom light switch and turned on the light. Then I saw the furnishings in teacher Meng's bedroom, a clean and tidy double bed covered with a warm yellow blanket and pure white pillows. There is an office desk next to the window, with many documents neatly stacked on it, as well as the laptop she uses for daily work. It's neatly arranged. This is Meng Yu's unchanging daily style. She is extremely rigorous in her work, but casual in her life. For example, at this moment, the underwear she threw casually on the bed was a sexy purple lace panties, and a pink and a white oversized bra. It hasn't changed at all. Chen Luo sighed softly. Then she laid the heavy and solid Meng Yu down on the bed. The soft spring bed bounced under her pressure, and Meng Yu's body bounced along with it. Chen Luo glanced at them a few times. I have to say, at this moment, the charm of teacher Meng lying on the bed drunk is much greater than when she is awake with her eyes open. Her face is a wine red color after being slightly drunk. It makes her mature face even more seductive. Especially wearing OL. It was even more difficult for most boys to resist, but Chen Luo was still able to remain calm. After all, he had seen everything before, and he looked away after taking a few glances. Then he went to the end of the bed and helped teacher Meng take off her shoes. High heels were relatively easy to take off. Chen Luo took them off in 2 moves, revealing teacher Meng's pair of crystal clear jade feet, exposed to the light of the room. Not a trace of fat. White and flawless. However, Chen Luo is not a foot fetishist and has no special interest in jade feet. He just appreciates them simply. Then Chen Luo put the high heels on the shoe rack at the end of the bed, and then looked at the underwear thrown casually on the bed. At this moment, Meng Yu was holding one under her body. They were all deformed by her. But after thinking about it, Chen Luo finally decided not to help her sort out her clothes. After all, they are broken up now. Underwear these. It's better for him not to touch more private clothes. Then Chen Luo came to the bedside and covered teacher Meng with a blanket. He was about to leave the room, but he could still hear teacher Meng mumbling. Chen Luo, why did you delete me? We agreed to be friends. You are a scumbag who doesn't keep your word. Chen Luo stood aside. There's nothing to say. Think for a moment. Chen Luo finally took out teacher Meng's mobile phone from teacher Meng's bag, turned on the screen, and then the lock screen password popped up. Think for a few seconds. Chen Luo entered the 4 numbers, 1227, and then he opened teacher Meng's phone, and the wallpaper was still their photo. This is the photo that teacher Meng took of him on the night of his 20th birthday. Teacher Meng put his arms around him from behind, and put his face close to his ear. Look at this photo. Chen Luo looked in a daze for a few seconds, then opened teacher Meng's green bubble, took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and added teacher Meng as a friend. After adding successfully, Chen Luo placed Meng Yu's mobile phone on her bedside table, and used the socket next to it to charge it. Then he turned off the lights and left Meng Yu's bedroom. Closed the bedroom door gently. Chen Luo came out. Then he saw that the light was on in the room next to him and the door was ajar. Chen Luo paused for a few seconds and decided to ask, otherwise he would not be able to sleep well tonight. Immediately, Chen Luo came to the little boy's room. The little boy was playing with his mobile phone on the bed. When he saw Chen Luo come in, he slowly looked up at him. There was a hint of nervousness on his face. Don't be nervous, little boy. This brother is a friend of Teacher Meng. Chen Luo tried to act like a gentle older brother and said. Regarding this, Chen Luo is quite experienced. After all, he has been teaching in a mountain village for 2.5 years. He happens to teach in an elementary school, where students are of different ages. The youngest is only for 5 years old, about the same age as the little boy in front of me. The little boy looked at Chen Luo without saying anything. However, the tension in his eyes unconsciously decreased a little. Chen Luo walked to the bed, sat down, and asked with a smile. Little boy, what's your name? My name is Juo. The little boy said in a childish voice. What about your name? Chen Luo asked again. My name is Chen Juo. The little boy paused and replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this shouldn't be his and Meng Yu's baby. Who is Mr. Meng to you? Chen Luo asked again to clarify. Aunt Meng is my mother's friend. The little boy replied and then asked in a low voice, Brother, are you Aunt Meng's boyfriend? You still know your boyfriend? Chen Luo said with some surprise. No. Juo nodded and explained, there are people in our class who are in love. Are you in love now? Chen Luo's face flashed with surprise, and then he said to Juo, Brother will go back first, and you should stop playing with your phone. It's time to go to bed so late. I can't sleep. Juo shook his head and said, Aunt Meng hasn't told me a story today. Chen Luo had nothing to say. Meng Yu is so drunk today that she is afraid she won't be able to tell him stories. Can I tell you a story? Chen Luo thought for a few seconds and asked. That's fine. Juo nodded. Immediately, Juo lay obediently on the bed. Chen Luo turned off the light in the bedroom, sat beside the desk, and told the story in the light of the desk lamp. Today we are telling the story of Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Once upon a time, in a snowy forest. After Chen Luo finished telling the story of Snow White, Juo also fell asleep. Chen Luo gently put the book back on the desk, then left the bedroom, closed the door, walked out of the living room and returned to his home. Take a shower and go to bed. He should go find a job when he wakes up tomorrow. Chapter 7 Basketball Coach. 6:30 the next morning. The alarm on Meng Yu's cell phone rang as usual. The alarm tone, It's my fault to fall in love with you, sang by her pillow for more than 2 minutes until it was almost finished. Meng Yu turned it off. Then, Meng Yu opened her eyes dazedly, sat up and lay in bed for more than 10 seconds. She felt her brain was groggy and she could not remember anything about last night. All she remembered was that she met Chen Luo and then drank a lot of alcohol. She had never drunk so much. Was he the one who helped me back? Meng Yu felt a little confused, so she stood up, put on her shoes, walked out of the room, went to the bathroom and asked Juo who was washing up. Juo, did I come back by myself last night when I was drunk? No. Juo shook his head and said, It was an older brother who helped you back. That older brother was very nice and even told Juo a bedtime story. Speaking of Chen Luo, a kind and loving smile appeared on Juo's face. Is that so? Meng Yu looked a little dazed when she heard this, and she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. Chen Luo sent her back after she got drunk. Doesn't he also want to let her go? We agreed on this when we broke up. They broke up peacefully and continued to be friends. Meng Yu felt that her demands were not high. Chen Luo said that he wanted to pursue a better future, and Meng Yu was willing to let go and wish him well, but why did he delete her? She just wanted to lie quietly in Chen Luo's green bubble list, looking at the various daily things posted by Chen Luo. But he couldn't do even this. Scumbag. That's all. Thinking about him will only add to your sadness. I was in a trance for more than 10 seconds. Meng Yu came to her senses, went into the bathroom to wash up, then returned to the bedroom, put on some light makeup, changed into a professional outfit, and went out with Juo. I went to the breakfast shop in the shopping mall opposite downstairs and had breakfast. After eating, scan the QR code to pay. Then Meng Yu suddenly found that there was a new friend, I want to be a good person, in the green bubble chat list, and sent him a friend request message. Chen Luo. The word simple. Meng Yu's heart was immediately stirred again. When did this guy add me? Was it because I was drunk last night? Did you add him actively? I don't know how. Meng Yu decisively clicked on Chen Luo's homepage, and then was about to click to delete friends, but when she pressed the final confirmation button, her fingers stopped in midair again. I didn't press it for a long time. 3 years. Meng Yu threw herself into endless work and was so busy every day that she didn't have any free time, so that she would have no time to think about Chen Luo. She thought she had let go of this guy Chen Luo. But now, Meng Yu just realized that she seemed unable to do it. Aunt Meng, I'm going to be late for school. Juo said helplessly at the door of the breakfast shop, and at the same time raised his hand to grab Meng Yu's arm and shook it. Speak more. This brought Meng Yu back to her senses. She quickly checked the time on her phone and found that it was already 7:16. Let's go. Meng Yu replied. Then he took Juo to the side of the road and hailed a taxi to take Juo to Blue Sky Primary School. After 9 a.m. Chen Luo woke up after a good sleep, then watched TikTok for more than half an hour in bed, then got up lazily and washed up. Then changed into sportswear. Getting ready to go downstairs for breakfast. However, as soon as I walked downstairs, I heard a voice shouting from the second floor balcony, "Are you going to have breakfast?" Yes. Chen Luo turned around and responded. Then I saw Jiangcheng with a face full of resentment, especially her pair of dark panda eyes. It seemed that she did not sleep well last night. Bring me a basket of steamed dumplings, a fried dough stick, an egg, and a cup of soy milk. Is there any travel expenses? Chen Luo asked. You're still going to charge me for my escape? Jiangcheng said speechlessly, I'm your first love after all. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Chen Luo said disapprovingly, similarly, there is no such thing as a free breakfast. Why does this sound so familiar? Jiangcheng remembered. She said this when she invited Chen Luo to lunch on the day Chen Luo came and asked him to split the bill after the meal, but at that time she just wanted to use this opportunity to get green bubbles. I don't care about those few dozen dollars. I'll give you 10 yuan for your escape. Jiangcheng thought about it and said speechlessly. She really didn't want to buy breakfast because she didn't sleep well last night and was thinking about Chen Luo helping Meng Yu go home. Later, she peeked at the window again. It also counts. After waiting there for 19 minutes and 32 seconds, Chen Luo finally walked out of Meng Yu's house. Nearly 20 minutes was enough time to do a lot of things. Last night, Jiangcheng was wondering what Chen Luo had done in Meng Yu's house during those 20 minutes, especially when Meng Yu was drunk. Thinking and thinking. Jiangcheng couldn't fall asleep without realizing it. Make a deal. Chen Luo responded readily, and then walked across the street. He also saw a breakfast shop across the street yesterday. A few minutes later, Chen Luo bought the breakfast that Jiangcheng wanted, and he bought 2 fried dough sticks, an egg, and a cup of soy milk, spending 8 yuan and having 2 yuan left. Good. Chen Luo felt that this deal was quite worthwhile. Return to the courtyard. Chen Luo handed Jiangcheng her breakfast, and the latter immediately returned home to have breakfast, and Chen Luo also returned home to have breakfast. Eat quickly. Then Chen Luo took his resume and went out to look for a job. He walked to the shopping mall square across the street and then began a carpet search nearby. It's best to be nearby. This way he doesn't have to drive, and it is very convenient for him to commute to get off work every day. But after some searching, none found. In desperation, Chen Luo had no choice but to open Boss and start looking for a job, and he actually found a training institution nearby. Morning light basketball training class, children's basketball coach, only 2 hours a day, 4K a month salary. Very nice. Chen Luo carefully read the recruitment requirements of this training class. It was tailor-made for him. No hesitation. Chen Luo directly turned on the navigation and went to the Chengwang basketball training class, number 2432 Huiyang Avenue near Jinhua Community. More than 10 minutes later, Chen Luo arrived at the destination according to the address. Come to the second floor. Chen Luo saw the sign of Chengwang basketball training class, but the venue inside seemed to be still under renovation, so Chen Luo had to call the boss on the boss. After the connection, Chen Luo stated his purpose, and then a middle-aged man in his 30s came out of an office nearby and took Chen Luo into his office for an interview. Chen Luo said that he used to be a member of the college team, and also taught in mountain villages for 2.5 years. The other party reads the resume. They readily agreed to hire Chen Luo as the basketball coach for their training class. Salary 4K. From Monday to Friday, it is 4 to 6 p.m. every day, and on weekends, it is 9 to 11 a.m. every day. Holidays are in accordance with the normal arrangements of the country. You cannot take leave without special circumstances. These requirements. Chen Luo thought it was normal, so he signed the contract readily. Get out of the training institution. Chen Luo walked leisurely towards the riverside courtyard, feeling happy and relaxed all the way. Although he now had 2 ex-girlfriends as neighbors, he could still cope with it. Start work next Monday. Life will definitely develop in a good direction. Future. Prospering. Chapter 8: The Mastermind. On the way back, Chen Luo went to the supermarket on the basement floor of the mall to buy vegetables, as well as chicken essence, salt, soy sauce, and other condiments. He returned home at around 11 o'clock. Just in time for cooking. For lunch, Chen Luo made a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried pork with green peppers. After lunch, Chen Luo was ready to relax, so he walked into the bedroom and lay down on his soft bed. Then open a novel website and search for ID, Xu Anping's pen name ID. I began to appreciate his novels. Of course, a roll of paper towels is essential. Time flies. Before he knew it, Chen Luo had been reading for an hour and finished reading all the drafts he had saved over the past few days in one go. He had to admit that it was really enjoyable. After reading it, as usual, Chen Luo left a message on the last page urging for more updates. I want to be the person behind you, update quickly. Otherwise I will tie you to a tree and let the chickens peck at your bird. The update has been completed. Chen Luo got up and went to the living room to exercise for half an hour, doing a set of exercises for his abdominal muscles and a set for his gluteal muscles. These 2 sets of exercises are specifically designed to train core strength. After exercising, Chen Luo was also sweating profusely at this time. In the past, Chen Luo would go into the bathroom, take off his shirt, take a selfie in front of the mirror, and then post it on WeChat Moments. The entire copy is the XTH Day of Self-Discipline. Of course now, Chen Luo was ready to go ashore, so he went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a shower, Chen Luo dried his hair and returned to the bedroom. He lay on the bed and took a comfortable nap. After 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Luo woke up naturally. I glanced at the sunset outside the window. Took a photo. Then he called his good friend Xu Anping. Old Xu, let's have skewers tonight. Chen Luo spoke. Your treat. Xu Anping asked directly. Of course it's your turn. Chen Luo was speechless when he heard this. Yesterday you treated me to a barbecue, but you ran away halfway through the meal. This is too immoral. If I don't run away in that situation, I will be in trouble. Xu Anping responded. So, Chen Luo said confidently, please treat me to a meal tonight. All right then. Xu Anping paused and said depressedly, let's go eat somewhere far away tonight. In the office of Chengwang Basketball Training Institute. The middle-aged man who received Chen Luo made a mysterious phone call at this moment, and said respectfully after answering the call. Boss, Chen Luo has already started working at Chengwang. Once the decoration of the organization is completed next Monday, we can start business. Okay. A lonely voice replied softly. Then he hung up the phone. She sat up on a large exquisite bed and admired herself in the mirror beside the bed, her slender figure wearing only underwear. Slender and white legs. She wore black lace panties on her perky buttocks, revealing the outline of her scapular. Look up. It is the flat and smooth belly, and the proudly upright Xue Na. Her long straight black hair fell to her waist. The face is small and cute. This is a very standard loli. She looks very normal when she doesn't smile, but looks weird when she smiles. For example, now. The lonely face in the mirror gives people a dark and scary feeling. That expression. If she were to play the female lead in a horror movie, it could be said that she was playing herself. Brother Luo, one day you will understand me, right? The girl talked to herself in front of the mirror. At the same time, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course. After knowing all this, he will fall deeply in love with you. Unable to extricate himself. The girl in the mirror, with a bright and sunny smile, replied. I definitely will. Luo Qingqing smiled happily. Smiling. Luo Qingqing picked up the phone on the bed and made a call. The person on the other end of the line was Meng Yu, who was working in the office. The latter saw the call from the stranger. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally answered the phone. Hello, who is that? Meng Yu greeted politely. Chen Luo has found a job as a children's basketball coach at the Chengwang Training Institute near Linjiang. Juo is now at the right age to play basketball. Perhaps you can enroll Juo in a training class, so that you two will have more opportunities to interact with each other. Luo Qingqing suggested. Who are you? Meng Yu was shocked when she heard this and asked quickly. The other party's understated words revealed several important pieces of information. Know where she lives. I know how many people are in her family. Knowing the relationship between Chen Luo and her, she knew that she still couldn't let go of Chen Luo. It doesn't matter. Luo Qingqing said in a nice guy tone, the important thing is that I'm here to help you. Do you want to regain Chen Luo's love? Then hurry up and take Juo to sign up. Chen Luo will officially start work next Monday. After saying this, Luo Qingqing hung up the phone decisively. Meng Yu looked at the hung up phone and fell into deep thought for a while. Who is the other party? Why would he help her pursue Chen Luo for no reason? She thought bitterly. But soon his mind shifted from who is the other party to the question of bringing Juo to sign up. Do you want to go? Time flies. 12,345 days have passed. Monday afternoon. After school, Meng Yu took Juo to the Chengwang Training Institute. They arrived at the destination in more than 10 minutes according to the navigation. When they arrived on the second floor, they saw 8 or 9 children training in a basketball gym. Chen Luo stood aside and watched them, wearing a black and white basketball uniform, a pure white vest with number 7, CL printed on the back, and black knee-length shorts. Showing off his pronounced biceps and long, straight legs. So cool. Meng Yu stopped outside and looked distracted, as if her memory flashed back to college and she saw Chen Luo playing basketball on the court. Aunt Meng, are you peeking at brother Chen Luo? Juo asked with a smile. How come? Meng Yu came back to her senses immediately after hearing that. She lowered her head and found Juo looking up at her with a smile on his face, which made her face blush. He covered up with a guilty conscience and said, You don't understand adult matters. After that, he took Juo to the office next door to register. The training tuition for one semester was 1,980 yuan. I have to say that this price is too cheap. In the bustling metropolis of Jiangcheng, any training course costs thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, but the Chengwang training course only costs 1980 per semester. You must know that Meng Yu was prepared to spend a lot of money before coming. I paid the money and registered. Then Zhang Chao, the boss of Chengwang Training Institute, brought Meng Yu and Juo into the training hall. Xiao Chen, come here for a moment. Zhang Chao waved and shouted. Chen Luo turned around when he heard the voice. Then I saw Meng Yu coming over with Juo, and Juo was even wearing a children's basketball uniform. Look at this scene. Chen Luo immediately thought that something was wrong. Xiao Chen, Juo will also join our training class from now on. This is teacher Meng Yu, Duo's aunt. She will be responsible for picking up Juo from now on. You two should get to know each other. Zhang Chao spoke. Don't bother. Meng Yu interrupted and said, We know each other. Your friend. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao looked at Chen Luo with surprise and asked. I guess so. Chen Luo replied somewhat awkwardly. After saying. His gaze turned to Meng Yu, his eyes secretly conveying a signal of, Sister, don't do that. But Meng Yu simply turned her head and ignored him. Chapter 9 He is a scumbag. See this situation. Zhang Chao on the side also noticed something wrong. There must be something fishy between the two of them, so Zhang Chao spoke wisely. Then Chen Luo, you continue teaching, I won't disturb you. After saying this, Zhang Chao walked out of the basketball hall and returned to his office. And after he left, Meng Yu didn't say a word to Chen Luo. She walked to a chair beside the gym and sat down. Then she took out the notebook from her briefcase, placed it on her beautiful legs and started working. Keep your legs together. The chin is slightly dropped. Her long black hair fell quietly, and the long hair on her temples fell to her chest, slightly covering up teacher Meng's proud chest. But that's the case. But there is a more charming feeling of still holding the peeper with half the face covered. Chen Luo withdrew his gaze. A look of helplessness flashed across his face. Although teacher Meng sitting here affects his teaching, Juo is now a student in the training class, so it is understandable that she sits there quietly. Just keep teaching. Get your mind back. Chen Luo brought Juo to the playground, then blew their whistle hanging around his neck, and the 8 children immediately stood in a row obediently. His eyes turned to Chen Luo. Chen Luo looked at the 8 children and said, we have a new friend today. His name is Juo. Everyone, please applaud and welcome him. After saying that, Chen Luo took the lead in applauding. The 8 children followed suit and applauded. Then, Chen Luo let Juo train with the 8 other children. Today was the first class of their Chengwang training class, and Chen Luo only taught the basic dribbling. So the content is very simple. All Chen Luo needed to do was stand aside and watch them play. Very relaxing. Aside, Chen Luo was strolling in the basketball stadium, his eyes wandering around casually, and somehow he looked at the seating area on the side, and his eyes suddenly met Meng Yu's. Then, Meng Yu looked like a guilty thief, and quickly lowered her head to look at her notebook, pretending to be working seriously. And Chen Luo. He also withdrew his gaze awkwardly, and then kept paying attention at all times, deliberately not looking at the seating area to avoid meeting Meng Yu's eyes. Half an hour later. Before he knew it, it was 5 o'clock. The alarm on Chen Luoding's cell phone rang. He picked up the whistle, blew it, and shouted to the children who were playing basketball. Everyone take a 10-minute break. Hearing this, the children immediately put down their basketballs and ran to the seating area nearby to rest, drink some water or eat some snacks. Juo also returned to Meng Yu and drank a few sips of water. Sit down and rest. Are you tired? Meng Yu asked. As he spoke, he took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from Juo's forehead. To be honest, originally, Juo didn't like playing basketball very much, but after Meng Yu's persuasion over the past few days, and learning that the basketball coach was brother Chen Luo, Juo agreed to learn basketball. So now I see Juo sweating so much. Meng Yu also felt a little distressed. I'm not tired. Juo shook his head and replied, as long as I can help Aunt Meng to pursue brother Chen Luo, that's fine. What? Meng Yu was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be serious and said, Juo, please don't talk nonsense. Aunt Meng wants you to exercise. I understand. Juo replied with a smile. He looked toward the court as he spoke. At this time, Chen Luo was playing basketball on the court, performing a set of flexible double changes of direction, followed by a 3-step reverse layup, and then a simple shot. Seemingly random movements. After shooting 3-pointers and 2-pointers, they went into the net again and again. The gorgeous operation immediately attracted the 9 children. They opened their eyes wide in envy and admired Coach Chen Luo even more. So handsome. Sharp. I feel like our coach is even better at playing basketball than Emperor Shukuan. One by one, the 5,678-year-old children expressed their admiration. Meng Yu heard the sound of basketball. She raised her head slightly and looked at Chen Luo, watching his handsome figure playing basketball. She felt that he was still as handsome as before. At the same time, her mind recalled the time when Chen Luo played basketball in college. At that time, in the eyes of outsiders, she is still an icy female instructor, but because Chen Luo is already with the school bell, Meng Yu has feelings for Chen Luo in her heart. It has always been hidden secretly. But Chen Luo never misses a football game. Although she cannot go to the scene to cheer in person, she secretly bought a telescope. Secretly watching Chen Luo play basketball in her teacher's dormitory. Until later. After learning that Chen Luo had broken up with his first school beauty crush, Meng Yu waited for the opportunity to take the initiative and quickly won Chen Luo over. Those days. Even now, Meng Yu can't help but miss it when she thinks back on it. 10 minutes passed quickly. The alarm clock rings. Chen Luo threw his basketball aside and called the other kids to continue training. Meng Yu also put her thoughts aside and continued working on her laptop. Just at this moment, a young girl came in cautiously from outside the venue, sat on the chair next to Meng Yu, and then waved to a little boy with her arm. Immediately, the little boy glanced at Chen Luo, and after getting Chen Luo's nod of permission, he put down the basketball and ran towards the young girl. When he ran to her side, he asked, "Sister, why are you calling me?" "Brother, that handsome guy is your coach." The young girl spoke. His tone was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Meng Yu, who was standing by, sensed something was wrong and stopped working to secretly eavesdrop on their conversation. "Yes," the little boy said. "Then can you do me a small favor? Go and get his green bubble for me," the young girl said humbly. "Do you like Coach Chen?" the little boy asked with a smile. It was love at first sight. The young girl replied without disguising, "My happiness is in your hands." "What good am I?" The little boy smiled back. "I need your contact information." The young girl said decisively, "I'll pay for your pocket money for this semester." "Good." The little boy agreed immediately after hearing this. "Really? Not good." Meng Yu felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy at this moment. As soon as the girl opened her mouth, she could sense that she probably had some feelings for Chen Luo. "No. How dare you snatch the man I've set my eyes on?" Immediately, Meng Yu turned her head and whispered to the young girl beside her, "Sister, this coach is a scumbag." "R." The young girl was stunned when she heard this. "Do you know him?" "To be honest." Meng Yu nodded and smiled bitterly. "I am his ex-wife, Juo Juo is my son," the little boy. As he said this, he looked at Juo Juo. The latter also looked towards them. "R." The young girl was shocked when she heard this. "He's such a jerk." Meng Yu said in a resentful tone, "He abandoned me when I got pregnant. If it weren't for my son, I wouldn't want them to meet at all. He's such a jerk." The young girl exclaimed. "Very scumbag." Meng Yu nodded and replied, "I actually have to work today. The reason I stayed here is because I don't want you young girls to be deceived by him." He had an extremely righteous expression on his face when he said this. "I see." The young girl responded. "I firmly believe this." But after a 2-second pause, he changed the subject and said, "But he is really handsome." Chapter 10. Let's go home together after get off work. Meng Yu was suddenly speechless. This young girl's worldview is really influenced by her facial features. Can't stop it. Meng Yu had no way to stop him and continued to complete today's work. The time soon came to 5:50 and Chen Luo's alarm clock for leaving work rang. Why is it 5:50? Because we have to set aside 10 minutes to personally deliver the children to their parents outside the venue. This time is also included in the work scope. As someone who aspires to be the best at slacking off, Chen Luo is determined not to work even a minute longer. He must get off work on time at 6 o'clock. At this moment the alarm rang. Chen Luo didn't waste a second. He picked up the whistle around his neck and blew it, and the 9 children in the venue quickly gathered. They stood in a row in front of Chen Luo. "To the left." Chen Luo gave the order. The 9 children immediately turned left, and then Chen Luo walked to the first child on the left and said, "March in step. Keep moving forward." After a few steps, they arrived at the gate of the venue. 9 parents were already waiting outside. Chen Luo read out the names of the children one by one. Zhang Hui, Li Ming, Chen Hua, Cai Kun. After Chen Luo read out the names of the children, the corresponding parents came up to pick up their children. When Chen Luo read out the 5th child, a young girl came up. Chen Luo had some impression of her. "She seems to be Hu Hu's sister." "Is this your sister, Xiaohu?" Chen Luo asked. "Yes." Hu Hu nodded in reply. "Then go back." After confirming his identity, Chen Luo handed Hu Hu to her. However, the young girl stood in front of him and did not leave, with an expression on her face as if she wanted to say something but stopped. "Anything else?" Seeing this, Chen Luo took the initiative to ask. Coach Chen, I have a close friend who wants your contact information. Is that okay? The young girl asked shyly. Making friends out of nothing. It would be like showing off one's skills in front of Chen Luo if this trick was used in front of him. Little did they know. Chen Luo had already seen through her shy look, but Chen Luo was no longer the same person he used to be. He now just wanted to devote himself to the revolution and be a good person. Although the young girl in front of me is quite pretty. But Lei is too small. No. Chen Luo replied in a calm tone. Okay, it's okay. The young girl responded politely and then quickly left with hoo-hoo. Then Chen Luo continued to read out the name of the next child, and the parents took their children away one after another. In the end, only Juo and Meng Yu were left in the venue. Chen Luo ignored it. He put the basketball into his backpack and walked out of the stadium carrying it. And what a coincidence is. He packed it up. Meng Yu had almost finished packing, and walked out of the venue almost at the same time as him. Chen Luo glanced at Meng Yu and Juo, and a hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. But the pace is still very synchronized. Walked downstairs silently. At this time, Juo beside Meng Yu said to Chen Luo, "Brother Chen Luo, let's go home together." Okay. Chen Luo responded. It was on the way. If he deliberately found excuses to change the subject, it would seem that he couldn't let go of the past. Immediately, Chen Luo, Meng Yu and Juo walked back to the riverside courtyard together. On the way, Juo deliberately walked on the other side of Meng Yu so that there was no buffer between Chen Luo and Meng Yu. After several years, you are still as good at basketball as before. Meng Yu spoke. Almost. I didn't completely lie down when I went to the mountain village to teach. I played basketball every day. Chen Luo responded. Are you still working out? Meng Yu asked again. Yes. Chen Luo nodded. Are your abs still there? Meng Yu asked again. Chen Luo paused for a few seconds and said awkwardly, still there. The abdominal muscles are still there. Meng Yu heard this and said with a hint of sarcasm, you still want to use your abdominal muscles to go fishing? No. Chen Luo smiled bitterly and said, it's just a habit. I don't believe you. Meng Yu replied softly. But in my heart. Meng Yu still somewhat believed in Chen Luo because just now the girl asked for his contact information and he actually rejected the young girl. This surprised Meng Yu a little. Before, Chen Luo never refuses anyone who comes. It seems. What happened 3 years ago really changed Chen Luo. Think about it this way. Meng Yu was even more secretly delighted. Whatever you want. After Chen Luo gave a negative reply, the two of them walked towards the riverside courtyard in silence. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the shopping mall square. At this time, Meng Yu stopped and said, would you like to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries together? I'll order takeout tonight. Chen Luo thought about it and responded. Takeout is unhealthy. Hearing this, Meng Yu said, you should go shopping with me. It's better to cook and eat at home. All right. Chen Luo nodded in reply. Then he followed Meng Yu to the supermarket on the B1 floor of the mall to buy groceries. Nothing. Just buy some vegetables. Chen Luo followed Meng Yu to the aquatic area. Meng Yu bought more than a pound of prawns, while Chen Luo bought 2 crucian carps. Then they went to the vegetable area together. Chen Luo bought 2 celery stalks and enoki mushrooms, and there were no more. Just a fish for dinner. Meng Yu looked at Chen Luo's dishes and asked. Almost alone. Chen Luo nodded lightly and replied. I have some fried crispy pork. Why don't you buy some vegetables and go back to make some crispy pork soup? Meng Yu said. Remember the past. Chen Luo likes to eat her fried crispy pork the most. Every time it is fried, Chen Luo will gather around the pot and eat the freshly fried golden crispy pork. Sometimes he would do something behind her while she was frying crispy meat. At that time, Meng Yu seemed to be evading the responsibility. But I was very happy inside. Actually, Meng Yu didn't like eating crispy pork, so she always fried it for Chen Luo. But since Chen Luo passed away 3 years ago, Meng Yu gradually came to like crispy pork. That's okay. Chen Luo nodded and responded, Teacher Meng's fried crispy pork is delicious. Then, Chen Luo bought some tofu dishes and Meng Yu bought 3 potatoes and some red peppers, and then they went to the front desk to pay the bill together. It's lunchtime now. There were many old men and women queuing at the cashier counter, but only a few people were using the self-service cashier machine. Meng Yu brought Juo to the self-service cashier machine. Then scanned the code and check out skillfully. After she finished her own check, she looked at Chen Luo and said, "Let me help you settle the bill. You can send me the money later." "Good," Chen Luo replied. Then he handed the dish to Meng Yu. She didn't know what was wrong with her hands, but she could always touch his fingers when she took the dish. "The bill has been settled." Chen Luo took his food and went home with Meng Yu and Juo. Cross the road. Walk into the courtyard. At this time, Jiangcheng, who was practicing yoga on the second-floor balcony, heard the sound of the iron gate of the courtyard being pushed open. She looked up and saw Chen Luo and the other 2 walking in. Stand in a row. The setting sun illuminated the backs of the 3 people, and they really looked like a family of 3. For a moment, Jiangcheng felt like the sky was falling. She came to the balcony to practice yoga specifically so that Chen Luo could see her figure when he came back from get off work and let him know that he had grown up again. Result: Chen Luo came back and gave her a silent critical hit first. Fight back. I must fight back. Chapter 11. You used to call me Xiaoyeye, but now you call me Teacher Meng. After a while, Chen Luo and the other 2 came to the second floor. Meng Yu stood in the corridor and said, "I'll bring you the crispy pork later." "Good," Chen Luo replied. Then the 2 separated. Meng Yu took Juo and walked back to her residence to the right, while Chen Luo walked back to his own room. When he opened the door, he turned his head and glanced at Jiangcheng again. Then he walked into their house. It was as if he didn't see Jiangcheng at all. Jiangcheng sat on the yoga mat and sulked, biting her pink lower lip in frustration, and finally punched the yoga mat with her pink fist. Then he stood up and put the yoga mat into their house. Sitting on the sofa depressed again, with her arms around her plump and broad chest, no one knew what was going on in her mind. After a while, Jiangcheng got up and walked to the entrance of her house, turned off the leakage protector at home, and then changed into a new set of nice clothes. He walked out of the house and came to Chen Luo's door and knocked. Chen Luo opened the door. Jiangcheng shouted while knocking on the door. I heard Jiangcheng's voice outside the door. Chen Luo put down the fish in his hand, walked from the kitchen to the door of his house, opened the door, looked at Jiangcheng and asked, "Are you okay? Something happened?" Jiangcheng replied. Then, without telling Chen Luo what was going on, he raised his hand and pushed Chen Luo, who was blocking the door, away, and forced his way into Chen Luo's house. Then he sat on the sofa and said, "There was a sudden power outage at my house. Can I have a meal at your house tonight? I only cooked for 1 person." Chen Luo replied after hearing this, "It doesn't matter. You can let me eat your lower body. I'm not picky." Jiangcheng replied. He folded his arms as he spoke. Leaned back on the sofa. The neck tilted. With an expression that said, "I must eat here tonight no matter what," Chen Luo reluctantly agreed upon seeing this. "All right." Chen Luo nodded and said, "Then I'll make you a bowl of noodles." Although Jiangcheng didn't have much negative information about him, she was his first love, and he was also her first boyfriend. We walked through the green years together. To say I owe you. Chen Luo felt that he owed Jiangcheng the most. "I want a fried egg," Jiangcheng added proudly. "Okay," Chen Luo replied. Then she turned around and walked back to the kitchen to continue preparing the fish. Jiangcheng sat on the sofa and acted proudly for a while, then got up and walked into the kitchen. After looking at it for a few times, he walked to the stove, picked up the tofu dish and asked, "Are we going to eat this tonight, too?" "Yes, soup." Chen Luo nodded in reply. Hearing this, Jiangcheng picked up the tofu dishes and the vegetable basket, walked to the sink and quietly washed the vegetables, while Chen Luo cut the crucian carp into flower-like shapes on the chopping board. I saw Jiangcheng washing vegetables. He didn't say anything either. But a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. If he had agreed to Jiangcheng's parents' conditions at that time, would he and Jiangcheng be like this now? After graduation, I rented a house and dealt with the daily necessities of life. Living a quiet little life? Chen Luo opened the door. Just as Chen Luo fell into deep fantasy, Meng Yu's voice was heard outside the door, and Chen Luo's thoughts were suddenly pulled back. And in his heart, it also quietly revealed some unspeakable regret. Turn out to be. He had unknowingly walked through countless crossroads, and every time he made a choice at a crossroads, it became increasingly difficult for him to go back to the past. Because there are too many forks in the road. He didn't recognize the way back. Here it comes. Chen Luo replied. He quickly walked to the door of his house and opened it for Meng Yu. Meng Yu then handed him a bag of crispy pork and said, "It's enough for you to eat alone. If you want more, remember to come to me. I have a lot in my refrigerator." "Thank you, Mr. Meng," Chen Luo said politely. Chen Luo. Hearing this, Meng Yu said in a slightly teasing tone, "You used to call me Xiao Yeye. Why are you so distant after not seeing me for 3 years? Just call me Meng Yu from now on. Don't always treat me as an elder. I'm only 4 years older than you. I'm used to it." Chen Luo said bitterly, "It's not easy to change my words in a short time. You can change it slowly." Meng Yu smiled gently and replied, "Okay, go ahead and cook. I won't bother you anymore." And at this time, Jiangcheng, who had been in the kitchen, came out and said to Chen Luo, "Chen Luo, the water is boiling, you can put the crispy pork in now." Hearing this, Meng Yu, who was standing outside the door, was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chen Luo and asked, "Jiangcheng, why is she at your house?" "My house suddenly ran out of electricity just now, so I came to Chen Luo's house for a meal." Jiangcheng replied on behalf of Chen Luo. "Yeah." Meng Yu heard this and said, "Why don't you go to my house to eat? Chen Luo bought few dishes today, so it may not be enough for the two of you. Isn't he this bad?" Jiangcheng asked hesitantly. "It's nothing, we are all neighbors," Meng Yu said. "Never mind." Jiangcheng smiled and replied, "I'd better not bother Teacher Meng. If it's not enough, Chen Luo will give it to me later." "Okay." Meng Yu paused and replied. There was dissatisfaction in his eyes. But in the end she turned around and went back to her home. She knew that Jiangcheng was Chen Luo's first love, and she also knew about the past between Chen Luo and Jiangcheng. Now it is like this. She must still want to rekindle her relationship with Chen Luo. Dream on. Chen Luo must be mine. Meng Yu returned home feeling depressed. She didn't have to go to school tomorrow, Saturday, so it was time to launch a more fierce offensive. She now has Juo as her trump card. This wave of advantage is hers. On the other side, Chen Luo also took the crispy pork back to the kitchen and quickly made the crispy pork, tofu and vegetable soup, and then quickly made a stir-fried crucian carp. Then boil water below. Jiangcheng was standing aside in the kitchen, with her chin supported by her little hand, looking thoughtful. Finally, she couldn't help but ask a question. "Chen Luo, I just heard Teacher Meng say that you used to call her Xiao Yeye. This." Chen Luo paused for 2 seconds and then said, "Yes, but I only call her that in private. Teacher Meng always thinks she is too old, so he prefers others to call her Xiao Yeye. So that's how it is." Jiangcheng looked skeptical, but ultimately did not ask any further questions. She felt that there should be nothing between Chen Luo and Meng Yu. Because Meng Yu is their counselor. And I heard that Meng Yu was hurt in love, so there shouldn't be anything going on between her and Chen Luo. At most, they just have a little teacher-student relationship. Yes. Chen Luo nodded in reply. Seeing Jiangcheng stopped asking. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at this time Jiangcheng asked again in confusion, "I have another question, why did you come back together today?" "We met by chance." Chen Luo replied, "I just happened to meet her when I got home from get off work, so I went to the supermarket across the street to buy groceries." "I understand now." Jiangcheng felt relieved in her heart. As long as no other rivals appeared, she could still pursue Chen Luo slowly. Chapter 12. Jiangcheng follows Chen Luo to work. The next morning. The weekend is here. After waking up early in the morning, Meng Yu rummaged through the drawers in her room. She usually wore a professional suit to work, so she put all the clothes she wore to college into the suitcase. It's naturally a bit troublesome to take it out today. For convenience. Meng Yu dumped all the clothes in the suitcase onto her bed. Then he rummaged through his pile of clothes, piece by piece, and finally found the basketball jersey he remembered. A set of pink basketball sportswear, the only one she bought when she was in college. I remember she bought it because she signed up for a basketball class for physical education. Immediately, Meng Yu took off her pajamas in front of the mirror, looked at her increasingly plump body, and tried on the basketball jersey in her hand. Grown up again. Meng Yu sighed as she looked at the basketball jersey in the mirror that was stretched out of shape on her chest. Sure enough, if you pinch it too much, it will grow bigger. Meng Yu looked at herself in the mirror for a few seconds and finally decided to wear this basketball uniform. After all, she would need it soon. It's not realistic to ask her to buy a new one. In other words, Meng Yu can't wait to play ball with Chen Luo. Change your clothes. Meng Yu tied her long hair into a high ponytail and changed into a pair of sneakers, which made her look much younger. It was as if she had become the energetic girl she was in college again. Then Meng Yu walked out of the bedroom and went to the bathroom to wash up. As expected, Juo was also washing up. When he saw Meng Yu wearing a basketball uniform, he immediately spoke with a curious look on his face. "Aunt Meng, why are you dressed like this today?" "Because I also want to learn how to play basketball." Meng Yu replied with a smile. "Play basketball?" Juo smiled and said mischievously, "I think Aunt Meng doesn't want to play basketball, but wants to chat with brother Chen Luo." "You have a crush on brother Chen Luo, right?" "I like brother Chen Luo too." "Aunt Meng, I support you in pursuing brother Chen Luo." Juo looked at Meng Yu with a clever expression as he spoke. Meng Yu was stunned. I couldn't help but feel a little guilty about Juo, this clever little kid. He immediately pretended to be serious and said, "Hurry up and brush your teeth and wash your face. If you keep talking nonsense, I will ask the teacher to give you more homework." Hearing this, Juo immediately became obedient. Finished washing up. It was almost 8:30, and Meng Yu sat on the chair on the balcony in front of the door, pretending to play with her mobile phone but actually waiting for Chen Luo. She wanted to go to work with Chen Luo. And on the side, Jiangcheng was also lying on a chair on the balcony in front of her house at this time. The two looked at each other. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point, and then the two of them turned their eyes away, as if they had silently agreed. One tilted his head to the left, and the other tilted his head to the right. A few minutes later, the time came to 8:40. Chen Luo went out on time with his backpack, and when he walked to the yard on the first floor, Meng Yu took Juo and rushed to the first floor. "Good morning, Chen Luo." Meng Yu greeted Chen Luo from behind. "Good morning, Meng Yu." Chen Luo responded, thinking that he was indeed being targeted by this woman. Then, the group of three walked across the street, and Jiangcheng, who was upstairs at the moment, couldn't sit still at all. "Let's go together again. I want to see where you two are going together today," Jiangcheng thought to herself. Then he bent down, used the concrete fence beside the second floor balcony to cover his body, squatted like a duckling and walked to the stairs in the corridor, then followed behind like a thief. After Chen Luo and the others crossed the road, Jiangcheng followed them across the road. The distance between them was about a few dozen meters. The square has a wide view. Jiangcheng was not afraid of losing the three of them, but after Jiangcheng crossed the road and walked to the square, Chen Luo and the other two disappeared. "Where are the people? They shouldn't have noticed me, right? They walked so fast." Jiangcheng looked around the square, a look of bewilderment and confusion on her face. How could she lose track of this? And just at this moment, Meng Yu went to the steamed bun shop, ordered breakfast, and sat down when she saw Jiangcheng looking around in the square. "That seems to be Jiangcheng." Meng Yu spoke up. "It seems to be her." Chen Luo looked over after hearing what he said, and responded after confirming it. Then, Chen Luo stood up and walked to the door of the bun shop. Seeing Jiangcheng's anxious look, he thought something had happened to Jiangcheng and asked her with a puzzled look. "Jiangcheng, what are you doing?" "Hear the sound." Jiangcheng turned her head to look at Chen Luo, who was standing at the door of the bun shop. She felt extremely embarrassed and replied after a few seconds of silence, "I'm taking a walk." Finish saying this, Jiangcheng quickly walked into the mall with legs that were almost out of control due to embarrassment. Chen Luo didn't ask any more questions. Then he returned to his seat and ate his buns. At this moment, Jiangcheng, who had walked to the entrance of the mall, was almost petrified with embarrassment. Especially when she thought about her anxious look being seen by Meng Yu. The woman must be very happy at this moment. What should I do? They will surely be more alert in a moment. Jiangcheng felt troubled. While hesitating, a middle-aged woman came into her sight. She was pulling a garbage bag and rummaging through the trash can in the square. Jiangcheng walked forward quickly. Auntie, can I trouble you for something? I can give you $100 after I get it done. Jiangcheng spoke up. What is it? The aunt asked with a wary look on her face. Help me track someone. Jiangcheng continued. No. The aunt shook her head and replied. His expression became more alert. I'm not a liar. Seeing this, Jiangcheng said helplessly, if you don't believe me, I can transfer 50 yuan to you first. After saying that, Jiangcheng took out his cell phone and transferred 50. Only then did the aunt believe it. Jiangcheng continued, did you see that bun shop? I'll remind you when they come out, and then you just follow them. I'll walk behind you and follow you. Okay. The aunt agreed. After a while, after Chen Luo and the other two finished their breakfast, they came out and walked along Huiyang Avenue. Jiangcheng immediately reminded the aunt next to her, and then the aunt slowly caught up with them. More than 10 minutes later, the aunt followed them to the downstairs of the Chengwang basketball training class. Jiangcheng paid the remaining 50 yuan, and after preparing herself mentally downstairs, she quietly went to the second floor. Then, I saw Chen Luo teaching kids to play basketball in a basketball court, and one of the kids was Juo. And Meng Yu. He was sitting on a chair beside the venue, looking at Chen Luo secretly. For a while, Jiangcheng felt like her chest was about to explode with anger. This is Meng Yu. Sure enough, he was doing something behind her back. Fortunately, she discovered it in time, otherwise, wouldn't it be a matter of time before Meng Yu took down Chen Luo with Juo as her trump card? Geek repair. Please help. Me too. Jiangcheng stood at the door and thought for a long time, and finally thought of her aunt's son, her 7-year-old cousin. At this age now, you should learn basketball. Chapter 13, Mr. Meng's play is too shaky. After thinking it through, Jiangcheng then looked around the second floor and found a small office next to the gym with the words, Morning Light Basketball Training Class written on it. This should be the registration office. Walk to the door. The door is not closed. Jiangcheng knocked on the door politely and asked Zhang Chao, who was sitting at the desk, excuse me, is this the Chengwang training class? Yes. Zhang Chao nodded and asked, do you have any children who want to come? Then he walked out from the desk, showed a sincere smile and said, come in and sit down. Jiangcheng responded and walked into the office, then sat on the sofa beside her and asked. I would like to ask how the training fees are calculated here. It only costs 1,980 yuan for one semester. Zhang Chao said, the training time is from 4 to 6 p.m. from Monday to Friday, and from 9 to 11 a.m. on weekends. Of course, this training is not mandatory, and the children can ask for leave at any time if they have something to do. After listening to Zhang Chao's introduction, Jiangcheng had almost made up her mind. Previously she was worried that the training class was too expensive, which led to her aunt's disapproval. Now it seems that she can afford it. Without much hesitation, Jiangcheng immediately nodded and responded, okay, I'll bring the child to register later. You'll be there anytime, right? Anytime. Zhang Chao nodded and replied, but you can also save my phone number so that I can notify you in time if anything happens. Good. Jiangcheng responded. Then I saved Zhang Chao's phone number on my mobile phone. He got up and left the office. Come downstairs. Jiangcheng called her aunt while walking back. The call is connected. From the other end came my aunt's kind and unexpected voice. Xiaoqing, how come you have time to call me? My aunt asked with a smile. Aunt, I want to discuss something with you. Jiangcheng said. Sure enough, no one comes to visit you for no reason. My aunt said with a smile, go ahead. Well, I wonder if you have any idea to let Lang Lang sign up for a basketball training class. I recently found a training institution that only charges 2,000 yuan for one semester, and it's near my home. I went to investigate today. The newly renovated conditions are very good, and there are more than a dozen children there. I see Lang Lang is in the first grade this year, and he doesn't seem to be very tall. Playing basketball can help him grow taller. Auntie, do you have any ideas? Jiangcheng introduced things rapidly, as if she was afraid of missing out on any important information, which would lead to her aunt's direct rejection. On the other end of the phone, after a few seconds of silence, my aunt spoke half doubtfully. Is it really as good as you say? Real. Jiangcheng nodded and replied, Aunt, you can come and see it in person. That's not necessary. My aunt paused and said, Xiaoqing, of course I believe what you say, but our home is still a bit far from your place. Your uncle and I also have to go to work, so going to school every day is also a problem. I'll pick him up. Jiangcheng responded quickly. Are you free? My aunt asked again. Available. Jiangcheng nodded and replied, I can work from home in this job, but I need to go out occasionally. When I go out, my cousin won't go to the training class, so you can just pick him up, aunt. Anyway, there is no compulsory requirement to attend the training class, and you don't have to go if you really have something to do. That's fine. After hearing this, my aunt smiled and asked, when will you come to pick up Lang Lang? Today. Jiangcheng responded, it just so happens that I have more time on the weekend. So anxious. Hearing this, my aunt smiled and asked curiously, Xiaoqing, are you hiding something from me? We'll talk when we meet. Jiangcheng made an evasive remark and hung up the phone, then called a taxi to pick up her cousin. Just wait. Tomorrow, Sunday, her foreign cousin will be able to make his debut. At the same time, inside the stadium. 40 minutes into the morning training, Chen Luo's alarm clock rang, and then he blew their whistle as usual. Then he said, take a break. Then the children sat aside to rest, while Chen Luo took out his basketball and went to the other half of the court to play. 3 points or 2 points are easy to come by. Hearing the sound of the basketball going into the net, Chen Luo's mood also became cheerful. How do you describe the feeling of satisfaction brought by the sound of a basketball going into the net? Just like in League of Legends, players who love to stack Heart of Steel will risk their lives to stack a layer of Heart of Steel and listen to the crisp sound of steel. When Chen Luo was fighting vigorously, he suddenly heard Meng Yu calling him. When he turned around, he found that Meng Yu had walked behind him. Chen Luo, can you teach me how to play basketball for some exercise? Meng Yu asked. I remember that you didn't like playing basketball before, Mr. Meng. Chen Luo replied with a little hesitation. I used to be in good health, but now I've been sitting in the office every day for the past few years. I feel like I've gained weight. I really need to exercise. Meng Yu responded in a tone that said, time makes people grow old. Chen Luo had nothing to say. A careful observation reveals that Mr. Meng has gained a lot of weight in some places. When Meng Yu saw that Chen Luo didn't say anything, she assumed that Chen Luo agreed. She then walked up to Chen Luo, snatched the basketball away, and started hitting it on the court. Relying on the foundation of physical education in college basketball, Meng Yu can't say that she has no ability at all, but her shooting is not that accurate. After missing 3 shots, Meng Yu turned to look at Chen Luo and said, is there anything wrong with my posture? Come over here and teach me. Chen Luo had an expression as if he saw through everything but refused to say anything. After a few seconds, he walked over and corrected Meng Yu's shooting posture personally. Bend your arms, shoot smoothly, and don't stick your butt out so much. Chen Luo adjusted Meng Yu's posture behind her, and the latter's butt was raised up, which made Chen Luo speechless. The little hand habitually patted Meng Yu's buttocks. The latter took it back. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at Chen Luo with a shameful and angry expression and asked, what are you doing? Sorry. Chen Luo smiled with a nonchalant expression and said, I'm used to it. Meng Yu glared at Chen Luo coldly, then turned back with a hint of satisfaction in her eyes, and continued to listen to Chen Luo's instructions. She liked the feeling of being guided by Chen Luo. She would do whatever Chen Luo asked her to do, completely emptying her mind and enjoying it. After a while, Chen Luo finished teaching the basic knowledge, and then stood aside and said, now digest it yourself. If I teach you too much at once, you won't be able to learn it. Okay. Meng Yu replied, Chen Luo, take a look at my 3-step layup. I only knew this move when I was in college. Take a look and see if there is anything I need to improve on. After saying, Meng Yu began to show off, dribbling the ball twice from the 3-point line, then holding the basketball with both hands and starting a layup with 3 steps. Chen Luo watched from the side. There was nothing wrong with Meng Yu's movements, but he felt a little dizzy watching them. Teacher Meng's ball is too shaky. Chapter 14 Shura Field Warning. Even though Meng Yu was wearing a loose basketball uniform today, it couldn't hide the turbulent waves. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh with emotion. After not seeing teacher Meng for 3 years, he had matured a lot. If Chen Luo hadn't already had 2.5 years of experience, he really wouldn't be able to withstand this wave of attacks. How is it? Is my 3-step layup technique okay? Meng Yu shot the ball into the basket with 3-step layup, then turned around and asked. Well enough. Chen Luo nodded and replied, just make the final move faster. Come and try to defend me. Meng Yu said, no defense, no pressure. I have to continue my class soon. Chen Luo replied with some embarrassment. Although he aspires to be a lazy worker, Chen Luo cannot be too lazy. After all, he has only been there for a few days and has not yet established a solid foundation, so he still has to put in some effort. Come on, don't dilly-dally. Fight as many minutes as you can. Meng Yu spoke in a counselor's manner. Come on. Chen Luo replied helplessly. Then he passed the ball to Meng Yu at the 3-point line and started to defend. Of course, Chen Luo didn't defend too seriously. Otherwise, he would definitely defend Meng Yu so that she couldn't shoot. However, Meng Yu. The momentum of this attack was not too fierce. They actively stuck to Chen Luo and chased him inside. Wave after wave of attacks were like a bulldozer, and Chen Luo was unable to resist. Teacher Meng's attack was really fierce. He pushed Chen Luo to the basket, then raised his hand and shot the ball into the basket. After scoring a goal, Meng Yu looked up at Chen Luo, who was giving in again and again, and said, don't give in to me on defense. Show some strength. Chen Luo smiled bitterly and said nothing. I thought, I'll give you the intensity, and then you give me the scale. After what happened 3 years ago, Chen Luo has now changed his ways and decided to start a new life with one foot in mind. Don't just stand there, come and defend. Meng Yu spoke up. As he said that, he took the ball and walked outside the 3-point line. Chen Luo had no choice but to cooperate with him in defense, but he didn't dare to defend too strictly. Because Mr. Meng's ball was so shaky that it was impossible to defend against it. Finally it was 10:50. The alarm rings. Chen Luo thought it was finally over, so he blew their whistle to gather the children together, and then sent them to their parents one by one. After delivering the goods, I get off work on time at 11 o'clock. Walk out of the stadium. When they arrived at the first floor, Meng Yu and Juo also went downstairs. No surprise. They went home together again, and when they reached the shopping mall square, they went to the supermarket together to buy today's vegetables. Chen Luo bought a head of lettuce and a pound of lean meat, then bought a piece of white tofu, then paid for everything and went home. Walk across the street. Return to the courtyard. Chen Luo saw a little boy playing basketball in the yard. He was wearing a basketball jersey and was playing quite well. Chen Luo was stunned for a moment. How come another child appeared? At the same time, Meng Yu also showed some doubts on her face. She turned her head to look at Chen Luo and asked, do you know this child? I don't know him. Chen Luo shook his head and replied. At this time, Jiangcheng, who was resting on the balcony on the 2nd floor, stood up from the recliner and spoke to Chen Luo and the other person in the courtyard downstairs. This is my cousin Lang Lang. Speaking of, Jiangcheng looked at her cousin and said with a smile, Lang Lang, hurry up and call someone. I have taught you. Hearing this, Lang Lang walked up to Chen Luo and the others with a basketball in his arms and spoke very politely. Hello, brother Chen Luo, and Aunt Meng Yu. Hello. After a few seconds of pause, Chen Luo suppressed his inner surprise and replied with a smile. Hello, Lang Lang. Aunt Meng gives you an orange to eat. Meng Yu replied with a smile. Then she took out a big orange from the bag in her hand and stuffed it into Lang Lang's hand, then rubbed his head very gently. That mature and maternal smile made Lang Lang feel a sense of familiarity when he met Meng Yu for the first time. "Thank you, Aunt Meng." Lang Lang replied softly. "How polite." Meng Yu replied with a gentle smile, and then took Juo Juo upstairs. Chen Luo took a few glances and went upstairs as well. But in my heart. At this moment, he became a little alert. This was actually Ji Yu Qing's cousin, wearing a basketball uniform and playing basketball in the yard. Ji Yu Qing wouldn't he know that Meng Yu brought Juo Juo to the training class he teaches, right? No. I have to ask her. Chen Luo thought about everything as he walked along the corridor, and decided to test the waters when he reached the upper floor, so he put the dishes into their house. He walked out the door and came to Ji Yu Qing, who was working on her laptop at the moment, typing quickly on the keyboard with her hands. It's like working on a PPT. Chen Luo looked at her for a while but didn't say anything, wanting to wait for Ji Yu Qing to finish her work before speaking. However, it was Ji Yu Qing who stopped working first and turned her head to ask. "What are you looking at standing next to me? Are you peeping at this beautiful lady? Is it called peeping if I stand in front of you?" Chen Luo said confidently, "I just want to ask how your cousin got here. Come and play for 2 days." Ji Yu Qing replied with a smile. Looking at Chen Luo, who was nervous inside but pretended to be calm on the surface, Ji Yu Qing wanted to laugh for some reason, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. At his age, he should be studying, right? Do you have time to take care of him during the day? Chen Luo continued to ask. Yes, I have. Ji Yu Qing nodded and replied, I am currently working as an editor at a magazine company. I can work from home most of the time. I only need to go out on assignments occasionally, but usually in Jiangcheng. So you don't have to worry about my cousin. My cousin likes playing basketball very much. I am going to enroll him in a training class. Hearing this, Chen Luo's heart sank to the bottom. Even though he was panicking at the moment, his expression was still as steady as an old dog. He forced out a smile and agreed. Great. Basketball is good. Kids should play more basketball. Yes. Ji Yu Qing nodded and replied with a smile. That's fine. Chen Luo nodded and replied, I won't disturb you from working. I'm going back to make lunch. After saying this, Chen Luo turned around and walked back home, then gently closed the door and sat down on the sofa for a long time without moving. Spicy balls. Ji Yu Qing really wants to sign up for a class, and their Chengwang basketball training class is so close to Linjian courtyard. When the time comes, when Ji Yu Qing searches on her mobile phone, she will definitely choose Chengwang basketball, and in this way she will definitely meet Meng Yu again. Until then, Chen Luo felt his scalp tingling just thinking about it. How come life is getting more and more exciting? It's a little different from what he thought. This goes on. Can he still live a peaceful life? Chapter 15 Ji Yu Qing is here too. The next morning, Chen Luo got up, washed, changed clothes, and then went to work quietly alone. In order not to attract the attention of Ji Yu Qing and Meng Yu, Chen Luo went to work half an hour earlier today. He usually got up at 8:30, but today he got up at 8 o'clock. Walk out of the yard. Chen Luo went to the breakfast shop across the street, bought 2 fried dough sticks and a cup of soy milk, then packed them up and ate them while walking on the way to work. It was almost 8:20 when they got there. Chen Luo had almost finished his breakfast and then took out his basketball to play happily. Time flies. Soon it was 9 o'clock, their working time. As expected, Meng Yu came with Juo Juo. After Chen Luo teamed up the children to do warm-up exercises, he let them start practicing. Chen Luo stood aside and looked around. He glanced at Meng Yu out of the corner of his eye. She was wearing sportswear again today. She was wearing a pair of elastic-tight sports pants that fit her long legs and every inch of her lower body perfectly. She wore a loose long-sleeved top that covered her big breasts. Today, Meng Yu brought a notebook with her, as if she was doing her work. Chen Luo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Teacher Meng probably doesn't have time to exercise today, so he can go to work as usual. And just at this moment, Chen Luo glanced at the corridor outside the venue and happened to see Ji Yu Qing walking over with Lang Lang. For a moment, Chen Luo's eyes widened a little, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. What's going on? Did I see it right? Was that Jiangcheng just now? At this moment, Chen Luo had a strong sense of foreboding in his heart. Everything seems to be the same as yesterday's guess. A few minutes later, Jiangcheng completed all the formalities for Lang Lang, and Zhang Chao took her into the stadium. Chen Luo turned his head to look at Jiangcheng, who came in. My heart finally stops beating at last. He guessed it right. Jiangcheng actually brought her cousin to sign up. Can he still slack off happily at work now? Chen Luo really has a lot of grievances. Chen Luo, this is Lang Lang, the new kid in the training class, and this is her cousin Jiangcheng. Zhang Chao spoke. Okay, brother Zhang. Chen Luo nodded in response. Ms. Jiangcheng, let me introduce you to our coach Chen Luo. He was the main player of their college team in college. Zhang Chao then thought about introducing Chen Luo, but when Zhang Chao was halfway through the introduction, he was interrupted by Jiangcheng. No need for introductions, we know each other. Jiangcheng replied politely. Know him? Zhang Chao replied with some surprise. Yes. Jiangcheng nodded and said, he was my boyfriend when I was in college. After hearing this, Zhang Chao paused for a few seconds, then gave an awkward yet polite smile and spoke to Chen Luo. Then you guys chat, I won't disturb you. After saying this, Zhang Chao left the gym in astonishment, leaving Chen Luo with an embarrassed look on his face, looking at Jiangcheng not knowing what to say. Why are you looking at me? You're in class. Jiangcheng said with a natural expression, from now on, my cousin will be your student. You must teach him how to play basketball well. After saying this, Jiangcheng turned around and walked to the seating area next to the stadium. She deliberately sat next to Meng Yu. Meng Yu also noticed Jiangcheng at this time, and the two women looked at each other in mid-air. There was an indescribable smell of gunpowder in the air. Chen Luo glanced at the two of them, then withdrew his gaze helplessly, then pretended to be none of it, calmed himself and continued his daily training. And on the side, Jiangcheng sat down next to Meng Yu, pretended to be very surprised, turned her head and spoke to Meng Yu. Teacher Meng Yu, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. You're still working with your laptop. Being a counselor is usually very busy. You can actually work in peace at school. Since we're all neighbors, I can take Juo back with me after the training is over. That's right. Meng Yu smiled and casually closed the Word file she was working on. Then she closed the laptop screen with one hand and spoke in a very casual tone. No need to trouble you. I can do this workload when I go back. The main thing is to accompany Juo to exercise. After all, he is my best friend's child, so it's better for me to take care of him myself. That's fine too. Jiangcheng didn't say much. She knew that Meng Yu had been a counselor for several years and was better at talking than her. Jiangcheng didn't argue with her too much. It was better to let actions speak for themselves. Today she also wore a basketball uniform, a light blue sportswear that revealed her pair of white and flawless long legs, her slender and well-proportioned arms, and her impeccable face. I must fight for my own reputation. After a while. After 40 minutes of training, it was Chen Luo's break time. At this time, Chen Luo saw Jiangcheng and Meng Yu standing by. It was also wise that he did not play basketball, but sat on the sidelines and played with his phone, but even so he could not escape his fate. Jiangcheng stood up and walked towards him, picked up his basketball and said, Chen Luo, can you teach me how to play basketball? I got up early today and I'm a little too sleepy. I'll teach you another day. Chen Luo replied. Okay. Jiangcheng replied casually, then changed the subject and said, then I will share the love letter you wrote to me when you were pursuing me with teacher Meng Yu, so that she can know what kind of man you are. Hey, don't. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo quickly replied, I'll teach you how to play basketball. I really didn't expect that. A few years passed. Jiangcheng is no longer the innocent girl she used to be. They all learned to threaten him. If teacher Meng knew the contents of the love letter he wrote to Jiangcheng, Meng Yu would probably be so angry that her eyes would turn red. By then, he will be in trouble. Bring it on. When Jiangcheng saw that Chen Luo agreed, a smile of success appeared on her face. And on the side. When Meng Yu saw that Chen Luo was invited by Jiangcheng, a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. She immediately closed the computer, stood up and walked towards the court. He came to Chen Luo and said, "Chen Luo, I didn't learn much yesterday. Can you teach me today?" "Okay." Chen Luo smiled bitterly and replied, "We are all neighbors. Come on." Jiangcheng nodded in reply. Immediately, the three of them started training on the court. It was so cold that Chen Luo felt his body was stiff even when he was dribbling the ball. Meng Yu and Jiangcheng were on his left and right, and Chen Luo felt like he couldn't teach them at all. We can't afford to offend the left either. We can't afford to offend the right side either. At this time, Chen Luo finally understood what it meant to be caught in a dilemma. Chapter 16. Meng Yu invites me to eat hot pot. Fortunately, the free time was only 20 minutes. As soon as the free time came, Chen Luo immediately devoted himself to teaching. He even compressed the rest time at the end of 20 minutes into 10 minutes. Jiangcheng and Meng Yu continued to train on the court for a while. Finally, the Sunday morning teaching was over, and the time came to 10:50, and Chen Luo sent the children to their parents one by one. Then I put on my school bag and prepared to go home after get off work. Only Jiangcheng and Meng Yu, with their children, walked out of the venue almost at the same time as him, one on his left and one on his right, like his left and right bodyguards. "Come downstairs." Chen Luo already felt the pressure, not only from the two of them, but also from the strange looks from passers-by around him. Jiangcheng and Meng Yu are both extremely beautiful women, with a 99% turning head rate when they walk on the street. Now, the two of them are walking on both sides of Chen Luo, each with a child beside them. This lineup attracts the attention of passers-by. Chen Luo at this moment, like an ant on a hot pan, he felt uncomfortable being stared at by passers-by, but he was not afraid of their comments. The main reason is that I'm afraid that some people will secretly take videos and then post them on short video platforms. In this age of advanced internet, information is transmitted very quickly. If the video goes viral accidentally, it might be accidentally seen by those who are crazy about the movie Queen. Then tell that crazy movie Queen. Would she fly back to Jiangcheng overnight to kill him? By then, Chen Luo was not sure if he would still have the same luck as he had 3 years ago. When I think about this, Chen Luo's armpits were covered in cold sweat. He quickly quickened his pace to go home and soon arrived at the shopping mall square. And at this time, Meng Yu said to Chen Luo, aren't you going to the supermarket to buy vegetables? I haven't finished yesterday's food yet, so I won't buy food for lunch today. Chen Luo shook his head and replied, Don't. Jiangcheng interrupted and said, eating leftovers from the previous night is not good for your health. Let's go buy some fresh vegetables together. That's right. Meng Yu nodded in response. That's true. Chen Luo replied with a smile. Immediately, Chen Luo followed Jiangcheng, Meng Yu and others into the supermarket. We first came to the meat section. I want 2 pounds of beef. Meng Yu spoke to the uncle who was cutting the meat. I want 2 chops. Jiangcheng looked at it and spoke. Chen Luo was pushing a shopping cart on the side, like the two beauties follower. After buying the meat, he went to the vegetable area. Then, Meng Yu bought a bunch of vegetables, including potatoes, enoki mushrooms, lettuce, dried tofu, cabbage, leeks, etc., and then went to the aquatic area. I bought a grass carp and more than a pound of shrimp. There are so many dishes. Jiangcheng was a little confused watching from the side. She thought that the two of them would probably have to eat for several days, so she couldn't help but ask. Mr. Meng, can you finish all the food you bought? I can finish it. Meng Yu smiled and replied, then asked, do you have any other vegetables to buy? Without. Jiangcheng replied with one word indifferently. Then go and pay the bill. Meng Yu nodded and said. Then, the three of them walked to the supermarket front desk. Chen Luo and Jiangcheng bought very little, basically just enough food for lunch. Meng Yu bought a lot of vegetables, spending more than 100 yuan when she checked out, and she also took a big bag to pack them up. Walk out of the supermarket. Meng Yu was carrying a large bag of food, and she turned her head to look at Chen Luo, who was only holding a few tomatoes, and said, aren't you going to help me carry it? As you're. I'll carry it. Chen Luo quickly interrupted Meng Yu and didn't dare let Meng Yu say the second half of the sentence. Then please. Meng Yu replied with a smile. Then he handed a large bag of food in his hand to Chen Luo. Chen Luo didn't say much, but Ji Yuqing on the side secretly clenched her teeth. This guy. No long arms. She actually asked Chen Luo to help her carry it. How could she have the nerve to ask for that? On the way back, Ji Yuqing was so angry that she didn't say a word. She wanted Chen Luo to help her carry the things, but the things she had in her hands were too few. I'm too embarrassed to say it out loud. Fortunately, going back from the supermarket square is just a matter of crossing the road. Otherwise, Ji Yuqing would be really angry. Return to the courtyard. Chen Luo returned the bag of food to Meng Yu, then returned to his home. He closed the door and felt much more relaxed. After sitting for a while, Chen Luo started to prepare today's lunch. He washed the tomatoes and cut them into small pieces, then took out 2 eggs from the refrigerator and beat them into a bowl. Add some salt and mix well. Then start cooking the rice and you can play for a while. When the rice is almost cooked, you can start cooking the vegetables. Get out of the kitchen. Chen Luo sat down on the sofa in the living room, took out his mobile phone and started to check out the beauties on Douyin. He followed all the big anchors. Not for anything else, just for the enjoyment of the eyes. After a while, the rice was almost ready. Chen Luo put down his phone and prepared to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, but at this time Meng Yu called him. Thor Meng Yu requested a voice call. Chen Luo paused for 2 seconds and then answered the call, speaking in a somewhat irritated tone. What do you want to do now? I've made dinner. Come to my house for hot pot tonight. Meng Yu said. No. Chen Luo replied somewhat arrogantly, I haven't finished the food at home yet. Is it because you didn't finish the food? Aren't you afraid that Ji Yuqing will see it? I bought so many dishes today just to treat you to hot pot. Tomorrow is Monday and I will be busy and I won't have so much time. If you don't come, I will tell Ji Yuqing that we are having an affair. Meng Yu spoke directly after hearing this. The tone is decisive. Full of momentum. Obviously, if Chen Luo really refused, Meng Yu would really tell Ji Yuqing about what happened between them, which made Chen Luo a little embarrassed. Impulse is the devil. Chen Luo said earnestly, if Meng Yu tells Ji Yuqing about our relationship, with her stubborn personality, she will definitely be hostile to you in the future. Then the relationship between neighbors will become even more difficult. If you still want to. I don't care about your tricks. You're a talker. I've been fooled by you before. Anyway, you have to come to dinner tonight. Meng Yu interrupted the spell without waiting for Chen Luo to finish his words. Chen Luo was speechless. Now it seems that Meng Yu has become smarter and his words of persuasion are no longer effective. I'll do it. In the end, Chen Luo had no choice but to agree with a bitter smile. Okay. Meng Yu nodded and said, then I'll hang up first. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Luo put down his phone with an embarrassed look on his face. He just hoped that he would not be discovered by Ji Yuqing when he went to Meng Yu's house for dinner tonight. Otherwise she would be angry again. Chen Luo understands Ji Yuqing. She is the kind of person who is not good at expressing negative emotions. She only wants to show her best side to him, while all the bad emotions are hidden in her heart. Wait until late at night when no one is around and then slowly digest it. The reason for doing this? Because she was afraid that Chen Luo would think she was not obedient. Chapter 17, Unkind. So Chen Luo didn't want Ji Yuqing to know that sometimes it is better to live in the dark than to know the painful truth and be powerless to change the outcome. At least this is easier. Take back all the threads. Chen Luo continued cooking. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the pot are done, and the rice in the rice cooker is almost ready. Then take a basin and scoop out half of the rice. Then cover the rice with the fried tomato and eggs, and the fried tomato and egg rice is ready. I brought it into the bedroom and ate it happily, then washed the dishes and played for a while, and then did a few sets of daily fitness exercises. Then take a shower and go to bed for a nap. Before going to bed, of course. I still have to read the H article updated today by my good friend Xu Anping. Then urge for updates on a daily basis. That's it? Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to rest like this. Please update quickly. Who can read 2 chapters a day? There were too many deer last night. Do you need me to send you a bottle of Shenbao tablets? The update has been completed. Chen Luo showed a happy smile on his face, then set the alarm clock and took a nap. The alarm clock rang at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then Chen Luo got up and walked out of the bedroom. The sun was setting outside the window, so Chen Luo took out his mobile phone and took a picture. Record your life. Then he sat in the living room and played PUBG for a while. It was almost 5:30 and Chen Luo felt it was time to go out. Then walked towards the door. The moment I opened the door, I saw Jiangcheng, who was practicing yoga on a yoga mat on the balcony in front of the door. She was wearing an extremely sexy white yoga suit that tightly wrapped around her well-proportioned and perfect body, and her long legs were doing a split on the yoga mat. Chen Luo took 2 glances. Then he took out his cell phone and took 2 pictures of the sunset. Then he turned around and went back home, with a look of fear on his face. How could he forget about Jiangcheng? He didn't even observe before going out. Fortunately, he was quick-witted just now. Otherwise, it might really arouse Jiangcheng's suspicion. What to do now? Chen Luo was a little worried in the living room. Jiangcheng practiced yoga on the balcony every day, and it often took a long time. What if I missed dinner? Wait a minute. After some thought, Chen Luo decided to act cautiously, so he sat on the sofa and waited for more than 10 minutes. Chen Luo pretended to open the door and take a look outside. As expected, Jiangcheng is still practicing yoga. A while later, Chen Luo opened the door and found that Jiangcheng was still practicing yoga. It was already 6:09 in the evening and Meng Yu had sent him a message to urge him to finish. What should I do? While thinking, Chen Luo saw the clothes that Jiangcheng was hanging on the clothesline in the yard on the first floor, and immediately an idea came to his mind. Go out again. Chen Luo said to Jiangcheng, it's almost time to put away your clothes. I'll also hang them out to dry in a while. You are really good at hanging out the laundry at night. Jiangcheng responded with confusion, but still slowly got up and went downstairs to collect the clothes. Chen Luo was really thankful in his heart. Wait until she comes downstairs. Quickly closed the door. Then he quickly came to Meng Yu's house, and when he was about to knock on the door, he found that the door was not closed. Then Chen Luo opened the door and walked in, then quietly closed the door behind him, feeling relieved. Yet he didn't notice. Jiangcheng's cousin Lang Lang happened to come out and saw this scene. Meng Yu's home. Hearing the sound of curtains being drawn in the living room, Meng Yu guessed that it must be Chen Luo who came. She picked up 2 bowls of prepared seasonings and walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Looking at Chen Luo sitting on the sofa with a frightened look on his face, she raised a smile and spoke softly. Are you so scared? Hear the sound. Chen Luo turned his head to look at Meng Yu who was walking out of the kitchen, and suddenly a somewhat unnatural expression appeared on his face, because Meng Yu was wearing this tonight. She was actually wearing a purple stepmother skirt, which was an extremely tight style, with a slit at the back that went all the way to her thighs, revealing Meng Yu's plump legs in black stockings. Her black hair was tied up on her head. The upper part of the stepmother's skirt is designed like an apron, with only a halter hooked up to hold the upper part of the dress, revealing her fair back. Viewed from the side, the snow rabbit that is about to be hidden can also be vaguely seen. In particular, Meng Yu also got her silver-rimmed glasses fixed. Wear it on the high bridge of the nose. It adds a bit of irresistible mature charm. Look at this. Chen Luo suddenly felt a great deal of pressure, frowned and asked, Teacher Meng, why are you dressed like this? It would be bad if Juo saw it. Don't worry. Meng Yu smiled, put the sauce and seasoning on the table and spoke. I sent Juo to her mother's colleague this afternoon. She will play there until tomorrow morning. No one else will disturb us tonight. When saying, Meng Yu walked to Chen Luo's side with undisguised hints in her eyes. Move forward. She pushed Chen Luo against the wall little by little, and her proud bosom pressed against Chen Luo's chest, which immediately made Chen Luo feel under tremendous pressure. Then, Meng Yu gently held Chen Luo's hand and placed his hand on her lower back. Chen Luo then felt as if a seal had been opened. He immediately hugged Meng Yu tightly. Then turned around. He reversed himself and pushed Meng Yu against the wall, then entangled with Meng Yu. Meng Yu hugged Chen Luo's waist tightly, letting Chen Luo ravage her silently. Bit your lips lightly. The emotions that had been pent up in his body for 3 years burst out like a mountain torrent at this moment, and he wanted to pour them all out to Chen Luo at once. At the same time, Jiangcheng also put away her clothes and went back upstairs. Seeing that Chen Luo's door was closed, she knocked on the door and said something inside. "Chen Luo, I got my clothes back." After saying this, Jiangcheng went home holding her clothes. Lang Lang, who was playing on the balcony, walked into the house and spoke to Jiangcheng. "Cousin, brother Chen Luo is not at home. I just saw him go to Aunt Meng's house." "What?" Jiangcheng was startled and quickly turned around and asked, "You said Chen Luo went to Aunt Meng's house?" "Yes." Lang Lang nodded in response. "Get confirmation." Jiangcheng put the clothes on the bed in the bedroom. She didn't even bother to put the clothes into the closet. She sat on the edge of the bed and began to reflect. The more I think about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. The more Chen Luo came out 2 or 3 times this afternoon. She saw Chen Luo taking pictures of the sunset. It seems now the bad guy was checking to see if she was still on the balcony. I found out she had been there for a long time. That's why I asked her to collect the clothes and deliberately sent her away. Something's happening. There must be something wrong with this bad guy Chen Luo. No, I have to go and see what's going on. Jiangcheng couldn't sit still anymore. "Get out of the bedroom." He picked up a few oranges on the coffee table in the living room, put them in a bag, and went to Meng Yu's door. Immediately following, I vaguely heard a rather unserious voice coming from the room. "Oh Tilder." Chapter 18 I Can't Help It. Jiangcheng heard it. This was Meng Yu's low panting sound, and Jiangcheng suddenly became even more panicked. Although she had never eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. The situation in the house at this moment was most likely what she imagined, with some bad things happening in the house. No. I have to stop them both. Jiangcheng made up her mind, but she didn't have the courage. "Raise your hands." He put it down again near Meng Yu's door, then raised it up and put it down again, but in the end he still didn't have the courage to knock on the door. Instead, he took half a step closer, tilted his head, and put his ear against the door, deciding to listen to what was going on inside. Jiangcheng's face slowly turned red when she heard Meng Yu's deep breathing and moans, and she gradually imagined a big drama in her mind. At the same time, the little hands were clenched tightly. She bit her lip and cursed inwardly. "Fox spirit. Shame on you. How dare you flirt with my Chen Luo?" But even though she was very angry, Jiangcheng still didn't have the courage to rush in. Perhaps she didn't have enough reason to knock on the door. Or maybe she was afraid that Chen Luo would be angry. After all, Chen Luo was such a scumbag, he must feel great doing this with Meng Yu, right? Jiangcheng doesn't even have to think about it. Because even she envied Meng Yu's figure. Now she was approaching 30 years old, but her skin was still as fair and tender as that of a girl in her early 20s. However, Meng Yu's plump figure was even plumper than many young women. Coupled with her charming smile, she would definitely win over Chen Luo. Just when Jiangcheng's thoughts were in a mess, she suddenly heard Meng Yu speak softly. "Let's go inside." Hearing this, it was as if a time bomb suddenly exploded in Jiangcheng's mind, instantly igniting her previously pent-up emotions. No. Absolutely not. At this moment, Jiangcheng inexplicably felt a surge of courage in her heart, or perhaps she had lost her mind. Even if Chen Luo was angry, she would stop them. Immediately, Jiangcheng raised her hand and knocked on the door violently. Chen Luo, who was hugging Meng Yu with his arms in the room, heard the knock on the door. I don't know why. He let go of his hand as if it was a conditioned reflex, and his eyes immediately became serious. Almost at the same time, Meng Yu pulled her hands away from Chen Luo's body and quickly adjusted her underwear. His eyes gradually became clear. He adjusted his mood and then asked in the serious voice he usually used at work. "Who is it?" Mr. Meng, do you want to eat oranges? I accidentally bought too many online." Jiangcheng asked extremely embarrassedly outside the door. Hearing Jiangcheng's tone, Meng Yu inexplicably felt guilty. Was she eavesdropping outside the door? She could control the volume of her voice when she was talking normally, but she lost control when she got too excited. Or rather, it was out of her control. Think back now. She seemed to have spoken a little loudly just now. Could it be that Jiangcheng had heard it? Meng Yu felt a little shy when she thought of this. So Meng Yu replied, "No, I still have some fruit in the refrigerator at home that I haven't finished eating. Why don't you take a few? It would be a shame if I can't finish them and they go bad." Jiangcheng asked again, finding courage from nowhere. "Okay." Meng Yu continued. Then he opened the door. The two women looked at each other for the first time, their faces blushing, and then they looked away tacitly, as if they already knew what the other had done. At this time, Jiangcheng looked up into the room and, as expected, saw Chen Luo sitting at the dining table and a hot pot on the table. She immediately understood why Meng Yu bought so much food at noon. It turned out that Meng Yu had planned everything in advance. Jiangcheng became even angrier with Meng Yu. This bad woman Meng Yu had already made up her mind. No wonder she didn't tell me when I asked her at noon. It seems he had been wary of her for a long time. "Teacher Meng, are you eating hot pot with Chen Luo?" Jiangcheng asked knowingly. "I made a lot of dishes by myself, and Juo happened to be out playing, so I called Chen Luo to eat together. Do you want to join us?" Meng Yu explained after hearing this. At this time, Meng Yu had no choice but to invite Jiangcheng to eat together, otherwise it would seem that she was going to do something bad, although she was also prepared to do something bad. "I'll let it go." Jiangcheng shook her head and replied, "I have cooked the meal at home, but my cousin should like it. I will ask him if he wants to eat hot pot." Now at this time, Jiangcheng was almost unable to hold back her emotions. She was afraid that she would burst into tears while eating. That's so embarrassing. Especially in front of Meng Yu, you must not shed a single tear. But we can't let them eat hot pot alone, otherwise who knows if this vixen Meng Yu will cause trouble again. Chen Luo has no resistance and will definitely not be able to withstand Meng Yu, so it is best to send her cousin Lang Lang to eat. That's fine. Meng Yu's heart bled after she answered with these two words. She was just being polite and she expected Jiangcheng to refuse. After all, she was blushing at the moment. But I didn't expect it. Jiangcheng would ask her cousin Lang Lang to come over to eat, and this was when she was completely disappointed. "Then I'll go back," Jiangcheng replied politely. Then he walked out of Meng Yu's house, and the next moment the expression on his face changed, with 1 part anger, 2 parts resentment, 3 parts coldness, and 4 parts murderous intent. "Return to your home." Lang Lang, who was eating fruit on the sofa, was so scared that he was stunned. "Lang Lang." Jiangcheng looked at Lang Lang and asked, "Aunt Meng's family is having hot pot, do you want to go? You can eat at home." Lang Lang said obediently, "Actually, I don't really like hot pot. You should want to go." Seeing her cousin Lang Lang's reserved look, Jiangcheng realized that she had scared him, and then she retracted her anger and spoke. "When you go to Aunt Meng's house to eat hot pot, don't just eat hot pot. Remember to help me keep an eye on brother Chen Luo and see if he and Aunt Meng do anything weird secretly." "What's the weird thing?" Lang Lang said with a puzzled look upon hearing this. That is, when Jiangcheng was asked this, she didn't know what to say for a moment. She still couldn't tell the child too much, as it would easily affect the child's physical and mental health. So he organized his words and said, "It's about whether I sent you away so that we could be alone together." "I understand." Cousin Lang Lang paused for a few seconds before replying. "Okay." Jiangcheng nodded and continued, "Also, if Aunt Meng asks you, you can't say that I told you this." "Okay." Lang Lang nodded again. Immediately, Lang Lang walked out of the house and went to Meng Yu's house. Jiangcheng was alone at home and looked at the rice in the pot. She had no appetite at all. He walked straight into the bedroom, closed the door, then lay on the bed and pounded the pillow, imagining the pillow was Chen Luo. A while of kneading. Finally, he was a little tired of pounding the pillow, so he covered himself completely with the quilt, as if he was dead, and lay there motionless. Tears flowed out from the corners of my eyes uncontrollably. At the same time, a counterattack plan was brewing in his mind. Chapter 19: Eat the 9-turn large intestine expression pack. The next day, Monday, early in the morning, Jiangcheng, who didn't sleep well last night, woke up with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she put on a pair of jeans and a tube top, and went out to the steamed bun shop opposite for breakfast. Then I took a taxi to send my cousin Lang Lang to school, and then went back to the supermarket to buy groceries. After a night of deep thought, Jiangcheng decided to learn from the barbarians and use the barbarians to defeat the barbarians. Meng Yu cooks. She also cooks. There is a saying on the internet that if you want to win a man's heart, you must first win his stomach. So Jiangcheng decided to cook for Chen Luo. She remembered that Chen Luo liked to eat braised beef brisket, so she planned to make this dish at noon today. I went to the supermarket and bought 5 potatoes, 2 pounds of beef brisket, as well as coriander, star anise and other ingredients, and then went home to watch the teaching video. 9:36 a.m. Chen Luo slept until he woke up naturally, slowly opened his eyes in bed, picked up his mobile phone to check the time, then played on the bed for a while before getting up comfortably. Opened the windows. Stretching out the window and looking at the rising sun outside, Chen Luo couldn't help feeling happy. Meng Yu was very busy at work on Monday, so he finally had some time to relax. No need to be attacked from both sides anymore. Finished washing up. Chen Luo then went out and had breakfast at the breakfast shop opposite. Then returned to the courtyard. Seeing the rare warm sunshine in autumn, Chen Luo decided to bask in the sun on the balcony and enjoy the leisurely life after returning to Jiangcheng. Then, Chen Luo returned to their house and moved out a chair, which was also there when he rented the house. It was a brand new reclining chair just like Jiangcheng's. Sometimes, Chen Luo couldn't help but think that this landlord was really too humane. All kinds of furniture are available. If China were to select the most beautiful landlord, Chen Luo would really vote for his landlord, because this landlord is so conscientious. Chen Luo, who was so conscientious that he couldn't sleep well sometimes, wondered if someone had died in this house. But with a monthly rent of 500 yuan, Chen Luo felt that he could understand even if it was a haunted house. Move out the couch. Chen Luo squeezed himself another glass of orange juice. As for where the oranges came from, they were naturally the ones that Jiangcheng gave to Meng Yu last night. I had hot pot last night. Meng Yu asked him to take some of Jiangcheng's oranges back and eat them. Chen Luo was not polite. Squeeze the oranges. Chen Luo picked up another pillow and went to the balcony. He spread out a chair, put the pillow on it, and lay down comfortably. Take a sip of orange juice. Chen Luo immediately opened the masterpiece of his good friend Xu Anping and started to appreciate it. I check out teacher Xu's works every day. After reading it, Chen Luo also finished the last sip of orange juice and returned to their house. It was almost 11 o'clock. It's almost time to cook. Chen Luo was about to go out to the supermarket to buy groceries, and at this moment Jiangcheng came to his door, wearing a white apron. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head and pinned with a simple wooden hairpin. It must be said that Jiangcheng looked really good in this way. It was a bit like what Chen Luo imagined Jiangcheng would be like after they got married. Simple, plain, pure and beautiful. So Chen Luo accidentally became a little engrossed in watching. Chen Luo, are you going to buy groceries? Jiangcheng asked. The tone was a little shy. Yes. Chen Luo nodded in reply. Come to my house for lunch today. I saw beef was on sale at the supermarket, so I bought a little extra. I probably can't finish it all by myself. Jiangcheng spoke up. If you can't finish it, put it in the refrigerator for next time. Chen Luo replied without thinking too much. Maybe he felt a little guilty about what happened last night, and was afraid that Jiangcheng would cause trouble at home again. Upon hearing this, the expression on Jiangcheng's face suddenly turned cold, and her eyes were fixed on Chen Luo as if she had automatic aiming, and she spoke in a somewhat impatient tone. Chen Luo, teacher Meng said she had too much food and called you to eat, so you went. I cooked too much food and called you to eat, so you said I put it in the refrigerator. Teacher Meng and I are both your neighbors. You can't treat me differently just because I'm your ex-girlfriend, right? You're being unfair to me. After listening to Jiangcheng's series of reasoning, Chen Luo, who has always been invincible in talking, didn't know what to say for a moment. The key is, Jiangcheng not only used her mouth to persuade people at this moment, but also had tears in her eyes after she finished speaking, as if as long as Chen Luo dared to say a word, Jiangcheng immediately burst into tears in front of him. All right. Even after meeting again after so many years, Chen Luo still couldn't bear to see Jiangcheng cry. No matter how many harsh words other women said, they couldn't hurt Chen Luo. But only Jiangcheng's tears made Chen Luo feel guilty. Eat. Chen Luo replied as if to comfort him. Hear this. Jiangcheng immediately wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, then pouted her lips and spoke proudly. Bad guy. You have to make me cry before you agree, and I won't cry in front of you again. Chen Luo didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Jiangcheng has really improved a lot in the past few years. She has learned to use the self-torture strategy. It seems that she is not as naive as she was before. That's fine. If Jiangcheng was still as innocent as she was before, Chen Luo would be a little worried about her future. Follow Jiangcheng into her home. This was the first time Chen Luo entered Jiangcheng's house since he moved here. The decoration is very simple. But it's very warm. There are many paintings on the wall that were painted by Jiangcheng himself. As students who graduated from the same art academy, he compared his painting skills with Jiangcheng. One is in heaven and the other is underground. Let me put it this way. After graduating from university, Jiangcheng was able to sell her works online through painting. A piece of work can cost several hundred to several thousand yuan. He could only find a job in some companies, doing some jobs like serving tea and water. It's time to eat. Jiangcheng brought out a pot of braised beef brisket from the kitchen and spoke with great anticipation. Try it. Jiangcheng, why does this braised beef brisket look so dark? Chen Luo asked with a frown. The braised beef brisket in front of me is covered with a layer of black sauce and mixed with potatoes that are almost cooked to pieces. It looks like it will make people feel uncomfortable in the stomach. When I put the soy sauce in, I accidentally mistook dark soy sauce for soy sauce. Jiangcheng said as if it was nothing important, but it shouldn't taste bad. I followed the other steps in the instructional video. Did you eat it yourself? After listening, Chen Luo only asked one question. Not yet. Jiangcheng shook her head and said, I want you to taste this first bite. Chen Luo was speechless. Then he mustered up the courage to pick up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef brisket covered in black sauce, opened his mouth and put it in. Chew twice. The expression on Chen Luo's face suddenly twisted into a distorted expression. What's wrong? It's not tasty. Jiangcheng saw Chen Luo's expression and asked with a somewhat nervous tone. Well done, don't do it next time. Chen Luo responded after eating a piece with tears in his eyes. Hands born to draw. You shouldn't cook. Chapter 20 Brother Luo only belongs to me. Is it so unpalatable? Jiangcheng looked at Chen Luo's painful expression, picked up the chopsticks with a puzzled look, and picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Haven't started chewing yet. Jiangcheng's beautiful facial features were distorted. She then turned around and rushed into the kitchen, spitting the beef in her mouth into the trash can. Then, he used a small bowl to scoop half a bowl of water and rinsed his mouth several times, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Get out of the kitchen. Chen Luo, who had already put down his chopsticks and was sitting at the table, looked at Jiangcheng and said, What do you think? It's a bit unpalatable. Jiangcheng replied somewhat embarrassedly. Immediately, Jiangcheng brought a whole pot of beef into the kitchen, poured it all into the trash can, and washed the bowl 3 times. Inside the living room, Chen Luo stood up and said to Jiangcheng, Then you take your time, I will go back first. After saying this, Chen Luo got up, walked downstairs, crossed the street, went to the supermarket opposite and bought a piece of pork belly, and then bought some peppers and garlic sprouts. I went home and made a dish of fried pork belly with garlic sprouts. After it's done, just about to eat, Jiangcheng from next door smelled the smell and came over, knocked on the door, and spoke from the window. Chen Luo, can I come to your house for a meal? Chen Luo didn't say anything. But he still got up and opened the door for Jiangcheng, then sat back in his seat and continued eating, as if Jiangcheng didn't exist. Finish lunch. Jiangcheng was also very sensible. She washed the dishes, wiped the kitchen stove, and then put the unfinished dishes into the refrigerator. Finish everything. Before leaving, he said to Chen Luo, I owe you another meal. I will pay you back later. After saying this, Jiangcheng walked out of the door with her long legs, not giving Chen Luo any chance to speak. Chen Luo didn't take it to heart. Played for a while, exercised a bit, and took a nap. Another afternoon passed by. Go out at 3:30. I went to the training class for 2 hours. Since Meng Yu and Zhuo Zhuo didn't come, there were only Ji Yu Qing and her cousin Lang Lang, so the class was quite harmonious. After class, Chen Luo decided to go out for dinner tonight to make up for the bad food he had at noon, and to call his good friend along. Then Chen Luo called Xuanping. The call is connected. Then I heard a series of keyboard typing sounds. Xuanping must be writing a novel. Come out to eat skewers. Chen Luo spoke. You're treating me to a meal? Xuanping asked. Of course you invited me. Chen Luo said, I just returned to Jiangcheng and I don't have much money. I used it all to rent that house. I will treat you when I get my salary. I'm poor too. Xuanping asked with difficulty. You are so poor. If you go one less time, we can have several meals of skewers. Chen Luo said speechlessly. You can't say that. Do you think I'm getting my feet massaged for myself? I'm also looking for creative inspiration. I'm devoting myself to art. Don't think of me as something so vulgar. Xuanping responded in a righteous tone. But having said this, even he himself couldn't hold back his laughter, and Chen Luo was really speechless after hearing that. It's my treat. Come pick me up now. Chen Luo said with emotion. More than an hour later, Chen Luo and Xuanping sat down at a skewer restaurant, cooked skewers and drank cold beer. I ate a few skewers of beef. And a few bottles of cold beer. The two of them also chatted about everything under the sun. They were completely unaware that a pair of eyes were staring at them. In a luxurious manner, in an exquisite and cozy bedroom, a lowly girl was sitting on the sofa. She was wearing only a black, thin nightgown that covered her slim and well-proportioned body. The room was dark. Only a ray of moonlight shone in from the window, shining on a standing mirror beside the window, and the mirror just happened to reflect the girl sitting on the sofa. That pair of slender legs is black with white, and that pair of delicate jade feet is small and exquisite. You can go higher. It's a pair of eyes that are almost weird and morbid. Now, the pair of eyes were staring quietly at an LCD screen, on which was the scene of Chen Luo and Xuanping eating skewers. Look, my brother is having a great time now. Luo Qingqing looked at herself in the mirror and said with a smile. Yes. Luo Qingqing in the mirror responded, he is having an easy life now, we can't let him have an easy life. We want him to suffer every day, to feel pain. We want them to torture Brother Luo deeply. Only in this way will Brother Luo know who is the best woman for him in this world. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing, who was sitting on the sofa, nodded excitedly and spoke to herself in the mirror repeatedly. Right. Let them torture Brother Luo severely, so that my presence will be more meaningful. Right. When Brother Luo has suffered enough, he will understand how good we are. When we rescue him from the dire situation in Jiangcheng, he will fall in love with you wholeheartedly. Luo Qingqing in the mirror said again. Right. By that time, Brother Luo will definitely fall deeply in love with me, just like he loved me when I was a child, and will always give me the warmest embrace. Luo Qingqing, who was sitting on the sofa, said with great attachment. He said it with a look of longing. She opened her arms and hugged herself, while trying hard to imagine in her mind the feeling of Chen Luo hugging her when they were children. While imagining, Luo Qingqing curled up her body and pulled her legs onto the sofa, with her long knees resting under her chin. Shrink tightly. She crossed her legs with her arms. Only in this way could she feel warm and a sense of security surge in her heart. Don't be afraid. This will all pass. Brother Luo will only belong to you in the end. Go get your phone and call Shinqiu. It will finally belong to me. Luo Qingqing whispered these words, slowly looked at herself in the mirror, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Then, Luo Qingqing slowly loosened herself up, and obvious red marks appeared on the inside of her arms, which was because she had hugged herself too tightly just now. After releasing, Luo Qingqing, wearing her thin pajamas and stepping barefoot on the soft blanket, got up from the sofa and turned off the LCD screen. I admired my figure in the moonlight for a while. Looking at the nearly perfect body of the girl, Luo Qingqing smiled strangely again. Brother Luo will like it, right? He will definitely like me. I'm young, pretty and well behaved. He will definitely love me super much. After saying this, Luo Qingqing then came to the bed, picked up the mobile phone beside the pillow and looked through the contacts. There were 4 contacts in it, who were Chen Luo's 4 ex-girlfriends. She had already contacted the first 2 of them, and the third was Shen Qiu, the only daughter of the Shen family, a prominent underworld family in Jiangcheng. A woman known for her dominance and violence. Chapter 21. The third ex-girlfriend Shen Qiu appears. On the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Inside an underground casino, countless gamblers gathered in front of a gambling table, looking greedily at the female dealer who was dealing the cards. There was an unconcealable enthusiasm in his eyes. The female dealer was wearing a professional black OL suit, with a pair of straight and well-proportioned white legs and a proud chest tightly wrapped in a black suit. There is also that cold face, and a pair of proud hands that scare countless men, and those delicate hands wearing white gloves. All these moved the men in this underground casino. Of course, the most terrible thing, or the eyes of the female dealer that can arouse the desire to conquer at a glance. I'm so lucky today. Miss Shen is dealing the cards herself. I really want to experience the feeling of Miss Shen dealing the cards herself. The side view is so beautiful, I wonder how much more beautiful it would be from the front. Many gamblers looked at Shen Qiu at this moment, with an expression of admiration. The 4 gamblers at the gambling table were even more excited at this moment. After all, it was Miss Shen who dealt the cards herself. Everyone, I'm here to play with you tonight. Shen Qiu said this with an evil smile, and then quickly shuffled a brand new deck of playing cards with extremely professional techniques. Then he began to deal cards to the 4 gamblers in front of him. Bend over slightly. Move the cards one by one in front of each gambler with your hands. Then it is the turn of the gambler on the left of the dealer to place a bet. And Shen Qiu. He quietly looked at the dealer, a fat middle-aged man with a round waist, wearing a suit that was almost stretched out of shape, with a belly as big as a stone pillar, and wearing black round-framed glasses. The dealer pretended not to see it. After other gamblers placed their bets, the dealer simply looked at the cards and chose to fold. However, at this time, Shen Qiu's white-gloved hand suddenly pressed down the banker's hand, and then he spoke with a smile on his face. You just folded. Miss Shen, what are you doing? The dealer asked with a puzzled look on his face. You still don't understand? Shen Qiu asked again with a smile. At the same time, he used one hand to pinch the dealer so hard that he groaned in pain. Then, just when everyone was confused, Shen Qiu's long legs in high heels stepped directly on the palm of the dealer's hand. Moment. The sharp high heels pierced the dealer's fat hand. The dealer was so fast that he didn't even have time to react. He saw bright red blood oozing out of his palm, and the pain was suddenly transmitted to his brain. The dealer let out a painful howl like a pig being slaughtered, and at the same time, he grabbed Shen Qiu's heel tightly with one hand, as if trying to remove the heel from his palm. But Shen Qiu's high heels remained motionless in the dealer's hand. See this scene. The gamblers watching on the side and the other 3 gamblers at the table were all extremely shocked. But at this moment, they all kept their mouths shut and watched obediently, not daring to make any sound, just quietly looking at Shen Qiu with a cold face. You still don't admit it. You're cheating. Shen Qiu stood with one leg at the edge of the table and the other leg on the gambling table. He leaned forward slightly with his head close to the dealer. The angle of his legs stretched out exceeded 180 degrees, which made countless gamblers swallow their saliva secretly. Although they were very yearning in their hearts, they dared not show it on their faces because Shen Qiu was too overbearing. I admit it. I admit it. The banker looked at the murderous intent flashing in Shen Qiu's eyes, and finally felt a deep fear, and spoke with an almost trembling voice. It's good to have the courage to admit it. Shen Qiu responded with a smile, then pulled her high heels out of the dealer's palm and walked from the gambling table to the dealer. Then without further ado, he hit the dealer's chin with a knee, grabbed the dealer's left hand and twisted it hard, and a sound of dislocated bones was heard. Repeat the above steps 4 times. The banker's limbs were broken and he was lying on the ground dying, with almost only his last breath left. Shen Qiu squatted on the ground. Looking at the dealer, he said, according to the rules of Shen's casino, a cheater can buy a hand for 10 million. Do you want to buy both of your hands for 20 million, or keep your hands here forever? I'll give you the money. The dealer replied in a low voice without even thinking. Okay. Shen Qiu nodded in response. Then he got up and left. The gamblers gathered around quickly made way for Chen Luo, who walked out of the underground casino and then appeared in the parking lot of a hotel. She took out the key, opened her black Maybach, got in, changed her clothes inside the car, and then drove out of the hotel from the parking lot. The street lights in the suburbs are dim at night, and there are few cars on their wide roads. The Maybach driven by Chen Luo was like a black lion, crossing the viaduct from the suburbs and speeding all their way to the city center. More than half an hour later, in box 001 of a high-end bar called Night Rose, Chen Luo sat alone in the box. On the rectangular coffee table were bottles of cocktails and several bottles of strong vodka. Chen Luo poured a few sips of vodka into a glass, then a few sips of cocktail, mixing the two in random proportions until the glass was full. Then he tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. Do this. More than an hour later, Chen Luo finished 5 bottles of vodka and more than 30 bottles of cocktails, and his face finally showed a little drunkenness. Leaning quietly on the sofa, whispering softly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Chen Luo, I really didn't know she would be so cruel. I just wanted to get you completely. Sorry. Can you forgive me? Chen Luo, can we start over? I know you've been avoiding me because of this, but now I know I was wrong. Can you come back to me? The locked room number 001, Chen Luo was alone, whispering softly. She didn't know how many nights she had gone through. I spent that time in deep self-blame. She reflected. She really shouldn't have done what happened more than 2 years ago. Instead, she should sleep with Chen Luo and let that crazy guy come to see them, so that even if that crazy movie queen wants to get rid of Chen Luo, she can also protect Chen Luo. She did something wrong. She has not been able to get over it in the past 2.5 years. Brother Chen Luo, if God gives me another chance to start over. Chen Luo was whispering in his fantasy when his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. After seeing that it was a stranger calling, Chen Luo answered the call after 2 seconds. Then, he suppressed his drunkenness and spoke in a slightly clearer voice. Hello, who is this? Hello, Chen Luo, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I know where Chen Luo is. Luo Qingqing said with a smile. When Chen Luo heard the other party say the name Chen Luo, his brain, which was still drunk a second ago, suddenly became extremely alert and sensitive. Like a lion waking up from sleep. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Luo suppressed his inner excitement and replied calmly. You said, do you know where Chen Luo is? Yes. Luo Qingqing said with a smile. Chapter 22 Luo Qingqing's Love. Where? Chen Luo couldn't suppress his inner excitement and asked first. Jiangcheng, a courtyard by the river. Luo Qingqing responded softly. How can I trust you? Chen Luo thought the other party would ask for something, but the other party told her directly. This inevitably made her feel a little confused. You should believe me. Sister, don't I sound like a good person to you? Luo Qingqing replied in a cute lowly voice, how could such a cute girl do anything bad to my sister? Hearing this, Chen Luo frowned secretly, and listening to the strange lowly voice on the phone, she became more alert. Who the hell are you? Chen Luo asked with a heavier tone. Their voice carried the oppressive feeling of a superior. If an ordinary girl heard it, she would probably be scared by Chen Luo's voice. Tell me your identity? If your information is true, I can give you a reward. Chen Luo spoke in a serious tone. However, there was no response from the other end of the phone, as if Chen Luo was frightened. After several seconds, Luo Qingqing responded with a smile. Sister Chen Luo is so fierce. Bye. After saying this, Luo Qingqing didn't respond to Chen Luo at all, and immediately hung up the phone, while removing the card from her phone. Get this done. Luo Qingqing turned her head to look at the knocked door, put on a very cool and breathable pajamas, and walked towards the door step by step with her long legs. There was no trace of haste in his steps. After opening the door, a respectful old lady standing in front of the door, wearing a white maid's uniform, was Luo Qingqing's personal nanny. Miss Qingqing, this is the calming lotus seed soup that madam asked me to bring you. You've been going to bed lately, and this calming lotus seed soup will help you sleep. The nanny spoke up. Give it to me. Luo Qingqing responded. He took the plate and was about to close the door with his calf, when the nanny outside the door hurriedly spoke. One more thing, Miss Qingqing, remember to finish your homework, otherwise teacher Qin will be angry again in class tomorrow. Hearing this, Luo Qingqing showed some distress on her face, and after a few seconds, she nodded in response. Got it, I'll stay up all night to finish it tonight. After saying this, Luo Qingqing closed the door with her calves, then carried the food into the bedroom and placed it in front of the desk. She sat at the desk and began to drink it spoonfully. His eyes looked at the pile of textbooks on the desk intentionally or unintentionally. There was an indescribable look of depression on his face, as if he had been bullied by someone. Homework. 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 Why do I have endless homework to do every day? Luo Qingqing murmured. Shino. Life is really troublesome. She has endless homework to do every day. This makes her miss her childhood days in the orphanage even more. At that time, not only did she have very little homework every day, but she also had Chen Luo to play with her. And now? Luo Qingqing only had endless homework to accompany her: Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, geography, history, politics, and physical education. There are even skill development classes on etiquette, dance, eloquence, etc. Luo Qingqing felt like her head was going to explode from doing homework every day. But there is no way. She has to learn too. This is what it means to be in a wealthy family and have no choice. But overall, Luo Qingqing is grateful. If she had not been fortunate enough to be adopted by the wealthy Luo family, she might never have had the chance to pursue Chen Luo in her life. Not to mention the current Shura project. She was able to plan all this behind the scenes because of her family's wealth and power. Otherwise, Luo Qingqing couldn't afford to repair the Linjiang courtyard, nor could she find Chen Luo's exact location, nor could she get the phone numbers of Chen Luo's for ex-girlfriends. And she, Luo Qingqing, who has been rejected countless times, can only be Chen Luo's sister in this life. I don't want to be your sister. I want to be brother Luo's concubine. Luo Qingqing thought to herself. Thinking of Chen Luo, Luo Qingqing felt motivated again. She had to become better and better so as not to disappoint her family's expectations. Only then can she be together with her brother Luo. Change clothes and do homework. Luo Qingqing felt full of energy again. She immediately stood up and walked to her closet, and first took off her thin pajamas. Then she stood naked in front of the closet and started to choose from a pile of sexy pajamas. Finally, she chose a pair of super short ice silk hot pants and matched them with a super short pink bellaband. A long black hair fell straight to their waist, covering the pink and white back, while a pair of black stockings were picked out and worn on the slender and white legs. After putting it on, Luo Qingqing looked at herself in the mirror again. She felt satisfied when she saw herself in the mirror, who looked both sexy and girlish. He sat back at his desk, finished his lotus seed soup, and then began to write his homework seriously. This is Luo Qingqing's habit. Before doing homework, she has to change into a super sexy pajamas, then admire herself in front of the mirror, so that she will be more motivated to do her homework. Come on. The efforts you make now will be rewarded one day. On the other side, in box 001 of Jiangcheng, Night Rose Bar, Chen Luo bombarded the other party's cell phone with calls, but all of them were turned off. He finally calmed down and stopped. At this moment, she, very energetic. After sitting on the sofa for a while, she suddenly stood up and left box 001. After walking out of the bar, she started her black Land Rover and drove towards Jiangcheng University. More than half an hour later, Chen Luo appeared downstairs of an old residential area near Jiangcheng University. Building 3 of Xinfuyuan, Xuanping should live here, right? Chen Luo looked at the house number on the first floor and then walked upstairs. Come to room 3 on the 4th floor. Chen Luo raised his hand and knocked on the iron door, then hid sideways beside the door. A few seconds later, the door of the room was half opened by Xuanping. Then, Chen Luo suddenly appeared at the door, grabbed Xuanping's neck with one hand as fast as lightning, and at the same time pulled out the pistol from his waist with the other hand, put it against Xuanping's forehead and said, "Close the door." Xuanping was really confused by Chen Luo's series of actions. It took him a few seconds to realize that the person coming was Chen Luo's ex-girlfriend Chen Luo. Xuanping knew how powerful Chen Luo was, so he quickly spoke in a humble tone. "I'll turn it off. I'll turn it off. Don't be impulsive." He closed the door as he spoke. Only then did Chen Luo let go of Xu Wanping's neck, then forced Xu Wanping into the bedroom, closed the bedroom door, and then sat on his gaming chair. At this time, a Japanese blockbuster was playing on the computer screen. Chen Luo glanced away, a hint of disgust flashed across his eyes, then he closed the interface with his mouse, crossed his legs and said coldly, "Xu Wanping, do you still remember what I told you 2.5 years ago? If you knew anything about Chen Luo and kept it from me, I would kick your balls in the balls if I knew it. Now I'll ask you again, do you have any news about Chen Luo?" Faced the inquiry. Xu Wanping was stunned for 2 seconds and then responded with a helpless look on his face. "Mission, Chen Luo hasn't contacted me for 3 years. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I will definitely inform you as soon as he has any news." Chapter 23, Battle to Protect the Eggs. Hearing this, Chen Luo smiled coldly without saying anything. He slowly stood up and walked to the bed. Xu Wanping seemed a little guilty and did not dare to look up and look directly into Chen Luo's oppressive eyes. Wait until Chen Luo walks to the bedside. Xu Wanping unconsciously backed away and didn't realize he had leaned against the bed, and then sat down on it. Then he sat on the bed without even taking off his shoes. Shrink to the foot of the bed. Pulling the quilt to cover himself and looking at Chen Luo, who looked like he wanted to eat someone, Xu Wanping didn't even care about his doll wife at this moment. Bedside. When Chen Luo saw the quilt being pulled open by Xu Wanping, revealing the one-to-one lifelike doll, his eyes immediately showed a hint of disgust. He pointed the gun at the doll and said, "You'd better cover your wife up. Don't let me see this kind of thing. Then don't point the gun at me," Xu Wanping said in panic. The reason why he is so afraid of the woman in front of him. Because 2.5 years ago, after Chen Luo suddenly disappeared, Chen Luo searched for Chen Luo like crazy, and finally found Xu Wanping and forced him to tell him where Chen Luo was. Then, this violent woman kicked for men in the balls in front of him. That scene still scares Xu Wanping. It's really brutal. Compared to the crazy critics of the movie Queen, Xu Wanping felt that Chen Luo was the more B-type woman. Okay. Chen Luo nodded in reply. Then Xu Wanping quickly covered his doll girlfriend with the quilt again. Next second, Chen Luo jumped onto the bed, pulled out the dagger from his waist, put it between Xu Wanping's legs and spoke. "Xu Wanping, let me ask you again, do you know where Chen Luo is?" Xu Wanping had an embarrassed expression on his face, and was interrupted by Chen Luo before he could finish his words. "Let me kindly remind you, if I hadn't learned certain information, do you think I would come to question you?" Chen Luo asked in a cold tone. Hearing this, Xu Wanping couldn't hold it in any longer at this moment, and spoke in a helpless tone. "Miss Shen, it's been almost 3 years since the incident. You still can't forget Chen Luo? With a woman as outstanding and beautiful as you can find anything you want. There's really no need to hang yourself on this rotten tree of Chen Luo. This is the absolute truth. Chen Luo is the daughter of the Shen family and one of the most beautiful girls in Jiangcheng University. During the university period, there are countless handsome boys who are attracted to her, and there are countless who secretly have a crush on her. It can be said that there is no shortage of boys who like her. But she just likes Chen Luo. You wretched fellow, do you know what love is?" Chen Luo asked back coldly. In her heart, there are only 2 kinds of men in the world, one is called other men, and the other is called Chen Luo. There is only one man called Chen Luo in the world. During the summer vacation of my senior year, Chen Luo was drinking alone in a bar called Night Rose. That was the first time Chen Luo met Chen Luo. At that time, she was drinking alone in box 001, just like tonight, and when she had enough, she wanted to go to the bar to play. Then I met Chen Luo, who was also drinking at the bar. The difference is, she was very drunk that night. Under the colorful lights and the explosive DJ dance music, Chen Luo saw Chen Luo's eyes. That look. Chen Luo still can't forget it. That look of freedom and ease after going through so many things fascinated Chen Luo at once. At that time, Chen Luo found it unbelievable. Over the years, so many boys had pursued her, and she had met so many men. But there was a kind of magic in Chen Luo's eyes that made her fall in love with him at once. Then Chen Luo and Chen Luo drank a lot of wine, and asked Chen Luo to take her to get a room. Arrived at the hotel, everything went very smoothly. Chen Luo and she were tightly entangled together, and after taking a shower, they quickly came to the last step. At this time, Shiniu was inevitably nervous because it was her first time, and Chen Luo keenly noticed this, then asked her casually. Your first time? Shiniu also responded simply. She thought this was just a simple conversation and would not affect their progress tonight at all. After all, they were already in the hotel and had been passionate for so long, and everything seemed to be a natural progression. But what is the result? After hearing the word, Chen Luo turned over, pulled up his pants and walked out. Before leaving, he said something to her seriously. Cherish your first time. That's it. Just like the arrow of Cupid, it penetrated through the countless layers of her inner defenses and hit the target in her heart steadily. At that moment, Shiniu lay naked on the big bed in the hotel, Chen Luo's words echoing in her ears, and then she fell in love with Chen Luo unknowingly. Later she found out that Chen Luo was her junior, and then there was the encounter she had arranged, and the plan she carefully designed to make a fake come true. She thought it was a perfect plan, but it almost killed her lover. She has been living in regret for more than 2 years. Until now. When she heard about Chen Luo again, she was naturally extremely anxious. I want to say sorry to Chen Luo. Okay, I'll tell you, but you have to promise me not to hurt Chen Luo. Xu Anping finally gave in. There was nothing he could do otherwise. This violent lady is really crazy. I promise you. Just tell me. Shiniu replied quickly after hearing that. You have to swear. Xu Anping said seriously. Are you still telling me conditions? Shiniu's face darkened when he heard that, and the next moment he nailed the dagger between Xu Anping's legs, only 2 inches away from the thing that continued his family line. I say. When Xu Anping heard the sound of the dagger piercing through the bedboard, he felt his second brother go cold and quickly spoke with a painful expression on his face. Chen Luo is in the riverside courtyard. Hearing this, only then did Shiniu let go of Xu Anping and walked outside with an excited look on his face. The excitement in his heart was simply beyond words. 2.5 years. She finally got news about Chen Luo. Now, she had only one thought in her mind, which was to go to the riverside courtyard to find Chen Luo, but she changed her mind when she reached the door. If we go to find Chen Luo like this, there is a high possibility that he will not come out. After all, from Chen Luo's perspective, she was the one who cheated Chen Luo. Then, Shiniu turned around and walked towards the bedroom again, and happened to run into Xu Anping, who stood up and walked out of the room, ready to see if Shiniu had left. He was holding a cell phone in his hand. Shiniu looked at Xu Anping's cell phone and immediately guessed what Xu Anping was going to do. Suddenly his eyes turned cold. He asked calmly, "Who are you going to call with your phone? Watch a movie to calm down." Xu Anping smiled bitterly and could only read and reply randomly. Now, pick up your phone and call Chen Luo, and ask him to go to the Night Rose bar for a drink. If you can't do it, I'll chop your little juju into pieces. Shiniu said with a dignified look. Chapter 24. Chen Luo is my brother, so I have to pay more. This kind of thing is too difficult for me, Miss Shin. Chen Luo is my brother. Xu Anping had a begging for mercy expression on his face. Seeing this, Shiniu paused for a few seconds, then raised his hand, raised 2 thumbs and spoke. 200,000. Do you want to do it? Although Chen Luo and I are not born of the same mother, I have long regarded him as my own brother. Xu Anping said again after hearing this. 300,000. After Shiniu finished speaking, he raised his thumb again, looking like he had no shortage of money at all. At this moment Xu Anping was really hesitant. He stayed up late every day to write pornographic articles, and worked so hard that he only earned a few thousand yuan a month. Miss Shiniu gave 300,000 yuan in one go, and she had already told Shiniu where Chen Luo was. In other words, Shiniu would find Chen Luo sooner or later, and now he was just speeding up the process. After some thought, Xu Anping looked at Shiniu and said 3 words. You have to pay more. Hearing this, Shiniu smiled at Xu Anping, raised his hand and extended the last 2 thumbs, then spoke to Xu Anping calmly. 500,000. It's a deal. Xu Anping agreed immediately, and then Shiniu was very happy and took out a bank card and threw it to Xu Anping. Then he said, the password is 6 sixes. There are more than 500,000 in it. Call Chen Luo out now. Xu Anping put away the bank card, then took out his mobile phone and called Chen Luo. It was already past 1 a.m. A few seconds later, Chen Luo, who had fallen asleep, was awakened by a phone call. He opened his eyes, touched his phone and was about to turn it off, but he saw clearly that it was his good friend Xu Anping calling. After a few seconds pause, he finally answered the phone, then spoke in a resentful tone. Why are you calling me so late at night? Brother Luo, do you want to come out for a drink? I'll treat you. Xu Anping said in a very cheerful tone. What the hell? It's already 1 o'clock. Chen Luo rejected Xu Anping directly. Don't. Hearing this, Xu Anping quickly spoke up and said, I'll tell you the truth. I've been having some problems lately, and I want to ask Brother Luo to help me analyze it. Hearing this, Chen Luo became more alert and asked with a smile after a few seconds of silence. What's wrong with you? Are you attracted by some technician girl? Do you want to turn public property into private property? No. Xu Anping spoke with a tone as if he had something to hide, sighed lightly and said. I can't explain it to you clearly over the phone. Come to the Night Rose bar and I'll tell you. Night Rose. Chen Luo was stunned when he heard these 3 words, and then asked Xu Anping without hesitation, can we go to another bar to chat? When Xu Anping was suddenly asked this by Chen Luo, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. Shen Qiu on the side quickly reminded him in a low voice. Just say you've already booked a box. Hearing Xu Anping's mind came to his senses, and he said in a very honest tone, no. I've already booked the room. It's a waste of money to cancel it. Okay. Chen Luo thought for a moment and nodded, then drive over to pick me up. Hearing this, Xu Anping turned to look at Shen Qiu again, asking for her opinion. Shen Qiu looked at Xu Anping's frightened expression. He immediately gave a look of rejection. She was not afraid that Xu Anping would run away, but she was afraid that Xu Anping would not disguise himself well and arouse Chen Luo's suspicion. After all, Xu Anping's brain is stuck when he makes a phone call now. Go pick up Chen Luo. When the 2 of them were chatting on the way, could this guy keep the conversation going? She probably is in danger. So letting Chen Luo come is the best choice. And Xu Anping. After being rejected by Shen Qiu's eyes, he thought for a moment and spoke. I've already sat in the box and started drinking. I can't drive now. Fuck. You're drinking without waiting for me. I must play your little juju later. Chen Luo replied after hearing this. Then hang up the phone. I got up, put on my clothes, walked out of the room in the dark and went downstairs. Then I took an online taxi to the Night Rose bar. On the way, Chen Luo couldn't help but think of Shen Qiu again, and felt a little worried for some reason. It's okay. There's no such a coincidence in the world. Chen Luo comforted himself in his heart. More than half an hour later. It's past 2 o'clock. Chen Luo came to the Night Rose bar. When he walked into the bar, he saw young men and women dancing happily on the dance floor. Chen Luo glanced at the young beauties for a few seconds, then looked away and sent a message to Xu Anping. Which box are you in? Box 001. Xu Anping replied. When Chen Luo saw this message, he shuddered almost subconsciously. My heart was beating fast for no apparent reason. This guy Xu Anping actually booked box 001. Could it be that crazy woman Shen Qiu really discovered me? Probably not. Lao Shu is my brother and he won't sell me out. Chen Luo thought for a moment. In the end, he chose to trust Xu Anping. After all, they had been good friends for many years and he was the brother Chen Luo trusted most in the world. Immediately, Chen Luo came to the door of box 001 again, then raised his hand and pushed the door open. He saw Xu Anping sitting in the middle of the sofa, and a beautiful woman in a tight skirt was sitting next to him near the toilet. She crossed her legs, lowered her head slightly, and let her long hair fall, covering her cheeks. The room was dark. Chen Luo couldn't see the face clearly, but he could see the figure. Quite explosive. Even in a dim room, you can still vaguely see the proud outline. Immediately, Chen Luo said in a teasing tone, Old Xu, didn't you say you were sad? Why did you ask a sister to drink with you? You didn't want to take the opportunity to get me drunk and then drag me down again. Hearing this, Xu Anping had a guilty expression on his face and didn't know how to respond to Chen Luo's words. This guy couldn't even recognize Chen Luo. He even mistook her for a bar hostess. It's so annoying. Why aren't you talking? You ordered so much wine. Can you finish it? Chen Luo sat down next to Xu Anping and picked up the bottle opener to pry open a bottle of wine. Xu Anping still didn't say anything after hearing this. Chen Luo, who was sitting on the side of the sofa, finally spoke slowly in response. He can't drink, I'll drink with you. As he spoke, he raised his legs and stood up. She twisted her slender waist and slowly walked towards Chen Luo. When Chen Luo heard the familiar voice, he slowly looked up at the hostess. The distance between the two gradually approached, until Chen Luo came to within half a meter of him. Chen Luo's brain twitched. Finally, he recognized that the hostess he just thought was Chen Luo. For a while, Chen Luo felt a chill on his back. It was really this violent woman. Only, he never thought that Xu Anping would actually betray him. Chen Luo looked at Xu Anping. The latter looked embarrassed. Xu Anping, please go out and close the door, Chen Luo said with a smile. Hearing this, Xu Anping immediately stood up and left box 001, leaving Chen Luo sitting on the sofa in shock. After Xu Anping goes out, the next second, Chen Luo opened her legs and sat on Chen Luo. The excitement cannot be hidden in the charming eyes. He leaned close to Chen Luo's ear and whispered, Chen Luo, I finally see you again. Chapter 25, Drink the wine and leave. Chen Luo had a bitter expression on his face. At this moment, I had silently cursed Xu Anping 100 times in my heart. But after scolding, he could only raise his head and face Chen Luo, who came to him. Chen Luo, don't be so impatient. Chen Luo grabbed Chen Luo's hand and said in a slow tone. Hearing this, Chen Luo looked at Chen Luo with a teasing look, then lifted his legs and got off Chen Luo's body and sat next to Chen Luo. Then he said in a nostalgic tone, Chen Luo, do you remember? We met in this bar. 2.5 years have passed. We are now reunited in this bar. I think this is God's will. God thinks we should be a couple. As Chen Luo spoke, he turned his head and looked closely into Chen Luo's eyes. He did not hide the fire in his eyes. Chen Luo, we met here tonight. Wasn't it you who asked Xu Anping to call me here? Chen Luo said with a wry smile upon hearing this. I don't care. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo hooked her arms around Chen Luo's neck and said in a tone of, what I say is what it means, we are perfect match arranged by God. Hearing this, Chen Luo didn't want to explain any more for the moment. He had already explained 3 years ago that he didn't like violent women like Chen Luo. Because Chen Luo was afraid that he would accidentally cheat on his wife one day. Chen Luo sent him directly to Southeast Asia for sex change. Don't disbelieve it. Chen Luo, this violent maniac, is capable of doing anything when his feelings are betrayed. Another gangster family. One of the most established families in the world of Jiangcheng underground casinos. An ordinary person like Chen Luo really can't afford to offend Chen Luo. Chen Luo, what do you want me to do to let me go? Chen Luo said this in a direct and sincere tone. Simple. Hearing this, Chen Luo said straightforwardly, do you see the drinks on the table? Let's drink all the drinks together, and then you can leave this box and go back. I can't drink much. Chen Luo smiled bitterly and replied, he will definitely get drunk. I'm still here, right? I can drink a lot. Chen Luo responded with a smile. Okay. Chen Luo replied with a wry smile. Everything now. Chen Luo summarized. The reason was that Chen Luo softened his heart that night. He shouldn't have felt sorry for Chen Luo at that time, and didn't care whether it was her sister's first time or not. Just charge and it's over. If that were the case, the crazy actress wouldn't know that she was out filming, and it's okay for him to go back home late at night after fooling around. There will be no follow-up to everything. But what a pity. He softened his heart. One move leads to a series of subsequent events. Drink it. Chen Luo poured a little vodka into a wine glass, and then poured most of the cocktail into it. Then he picked up the glass and handed it to Chen Luo with a charming smile on his face. Look at that. Putting everything aside, she does have some of the charm of a hostess. Chen Luo smiled bitterly. He raised his hand to take Chen Luo's wine glass, but Chen Luo's hand, which was hooked around his neck, grabbed Chen Luo's hand and spoke softly. "I'll feed you." As he said that, he forced the wine glass to his lips. Chen Luo had no choice but to open his mouth and drink. Shinichou poured the wine into Chen Luo's mouth little by little. "That smile is like a female hooligan." "I drank half the cup in one breath." Chen Luo frowned. He hadn't been to a bar for 2.5 years. "Drink vodka again." "My throat is no longer used to the pungent and fishy smell of the alcohol. I'll drink it myself." Chen Luo took a deep breath. "Okay." Shinichou smiled and responded, "If you feel uncomfortable, you can eat some fruit and drink it slowly." Hearing this, Chen Luo obediently picked up the fruit plate and started showing off, but Shinichou beside him kept pouring wine for him and asked him to raise his glass to drink. Wine and sex last forever. Chen Luo, who has quit drinking for 2.5 years, has also reduced his alcohol tolerance rapidly. I remember Chen Luo who could drink 1 or 2 bottles of liquor without any problem back then. Now I drink a bottle of vodka with my cocktail. I was already drunk. He leaned on Shinichou's shoulder with a drunken look on his face, and Shinichou was also a little drunk, and his originally fair face was flushed. It's even more charming in the dimly lit room. Chen Luo. I want to apologize to you for what happened 2.5 years ago. I really didn't expect that to happen. If I knew she was that crazy, I would never do that. I know I'm a violent woman in your heart, but I would never hurt you. At this time Chen Luo was already drunk. In the box, Shinichou looked at the drunk Chen Luo in his arms and couldn't help but whisper affectionately in his ear. Until, after a long time, the bartender knocked on the door, and then stood outside the door and spoke politely. "Hello, we are closing." Hearing this, Shinichou, who was sitting on the sofa and whispering, looked up at the door of the box. Then, Shinichou ate the last piece of apple in the fruit plate, then carried the 1.8-meter tall Chen Luo and walked straight out of box 001. By the door. When the waiter saw Shinichou carrying Chen Luo out, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. He glanced at Shinichou's curvy back and looked at Chen Luo with envy in his eyes. Walked to the front desk. After Shinichou paid the bill with his card, he walked out of the door under everyone's gaze and then came to the door of the bar. She walked along the street towards her car, and in the few dozen meters ahead, there happened to be 3 young men with yellow hair, who seemed to have just come out of a bar and looked a little drunk. When they saw Shinichou carrying Chen Luo passing them from behind and walking towards the front, it immediately attracted the attention of 3 people. The 3 of them looked at Shinichou, who was wearing a black tight skirt, revealing her long, white legs and her swaying waist as she walked. Seeing Shinichou carrying the handsome boy Chen Luo, he took it for granted that Shinichou was that kind of woman, so the yellow-haired brother couldn't help but shouted, "Beautiful lady, can we play together?" Hear the sound. Shinichou stopped immediately, turned around while carrying Chen Luo and looked at the 3 yellow-haired men who were approaching. Seeing the undisguised desire in the eyes of the 3 men, Shinichou slowly raised a smile and asked, "You guys want to play too? May I?" Brother Huang Mao nodded and asked, "You want to, too?" Shinichou did not answer but turned to look at the young man on the left of the yellow-haired man and asked, "Of course I do, pretty." The young man replied excitedly, "You want to, too?" Shinichou looked at the young man on the right side of the yellow-haired man and asked, "I really want to." The young man didn't finish his words. Shinichou raised his leg and struck him with a kick that could have wiped out his descendants, hitting him accurately. Then he disabled the 2 people next to him with 2 more hits. Amidst the wailing, Shinichou carried Chen Luo onto the Land Rover and tied him to the passenger seat. Just speeding along the quiet and deserted street. Only a roar was left. More than 10 minutes later, Shinichou drove the car to the entrance of a hotel, then carried Chen Luo into the gate, took out his ID card and put it on the counter. I said to the guy at the front desk very straightforwardly, "Give me a king-size room." Chapter 26 Can't Leave. Hearing this, the guy at the front desk was stunned for half a second, then picked up Shinichou's ID card and silently checked Shinichou in. His instinct told him, Shinichou is a woman who is not easy to mess with. Because Shinichou's aura is so strong, even if Shinichou is dressed sexy and seductively, he didn't dare to stare at Shinichou for too long. After checking in, The guy at the front desk put the room card on the counter and said respectfully, "Ninth floor, room 15. If you need anything, you can call. The number is on the room card." After saying that, Chen Luo glanced at the receptionist, then took the room card and carried Chen Luo into the elevator. The receptionist raised his eyes slightly and looked at Chen Luo's back. Staring at Chen Luo's sexy and almost deadly body, he swallowed secretly. Working at the hotel front desk, he had seen too many young men and women check into rooms, or some beautiful women come directly in, especially during the night shift. There are also many young men and women who come to book rooms, wearing extremely sexy and revealing clothes and wearing delicate and heavy makeup. But tonight, only then did he truly see what a sexy woman like a fairy was. At a glance, she makes people want to conquer her. An instinctive impulses. Now, as Chen Luo carried the drunk Chen Luo on his shoulders and walked into the elevator, after the elevator door slowly closed, the receptionist was deeply envious of Chen Luo in his heart. That dude is really awesome. He had seen so many drunk girls being carried by boys to hotel rooms, but this was the first time he saw a drunk boy being carried by a girl to a hotel to book a room. Maybe. What's that guy's specialty? If he had the chance, he would definitely ask tomorrow. At the same time, the elevator went up to the 9th floor. Chen Luo carried Chen Luo into room 15 and then threw the drunk Chen Luo directly onto the big bed. After checking the room again and confirming that there were no surveillance cameras, Chen Luo closed the curtains on the balcony. Then, she took off her high heels, put on a hotel's disposable slippers, helped Chen Luo take off his shoes, and then started to select tonight's combat equipment on a certain group on her mobile phone. 10. That should be enough. Chen Luo roughly estimated that it would happen once every half an hour. 10 times is 5 hours. After each battle, Chen Luo is given half an hour of rest. After all, the ultimate move also has a cooling time. Play for half an hour and then rest for half an hour. Chen Luo felt that she was being very humane. Chen Luo exercises every day, so there shouldn't be any problem with this arrangement. Chen Luo made a clear estimate. Then click place order. Then, Chen Luo put down his phone and sat down at the head of the bed. Looking at Chen Luo, who was already drunk and unconscious, Chen Luo couldn't help but be fascinated by his face. The king bedroom is illuminated by the ceiling lights. Chen Luo's facial features, which were a little red from drinking, were so handsome in every part, and impeccable when put together. He was like a perfect puzzle piece. He was so handsome that Chen Luo unconsciously moved closer and closer, and finally leaned over and kissed his itchy forehead. With a sad and affectionate face, she said softly, "Baby Luo Luo, you must have had a hard time in the past 2.5 years. I have also been in pain in the past 2.5 years. But it doesn't matter. Tonight I will make up for my mistakes and use myself to make up for the suffering you have endured in the past 2.5 years." While talking, Chen Luo's eyes were filled with infinite tenderness, and if the gamblers in the casino saw this scene, no one would dare to believe it. This is the only heir of the Shen family, Miss Shen, who is known for her domineering and ruthlessness in the underground casino of Jiangcheng. After a while, there was a knock on the door. As expected, her combat equipment had arrived. Chen Luo immediately put on their hotel's disposable slippers, walked to the door with her long legs and opened it. Then, she took her equipment from the delivery man and quickly closed the door, placing the equipment on the bedside table. Then, she walked into the bathroom barefoot, took off her black tight skirt, and then removed the last layer of protection. Started to rinse. The steaming water washed every inch of her skin. Her already smooth and flawless skin became even smoother and whiter under the baby bath gel. Although it hasn't started yet. But her desire to fight was already very strong. Rinse completed. It took Chen Luo less than 3 minutes to open the disposable bathrobe and wrap it tightly around himself. To be precise, it covers the area below the chest, but of course the bathrobe cannot completely cover her legs. It only covers a little bit below the knees, revealing most of her calves and her smooth, white feet. There is also a complete and clear crystal collarbone, shoulders that are almost right angles, and a slender neck with clearly defined meridians. At this time, with her long black hair naturally scattered, Chen Luo looked majestic, cool and charming. Chen Luo's small and delicate facial features are like an exquisite jade carving, and every detail is so perfect. Get out of the bathroom. Chen Luo walked step by step to the bedside and looked at Chen Luo, who was lying drunk on the bed. She could no longer suppress her emotions, in her eyes become blurred. "Lolo, you just need to lie down quietly, I will let you have a good dream." Chen Luo leaned over and slowly approached Chen Luo's face, then moved to his ear and whispered. If Chen Luo hadn't been drunk yet, his eyes would have been aiming as if he had turned on automatic aiming. Chen Luo's two big white buns are impossible to ignore. Wrapped in a white disposable bathrobe, Chen Luo was not tied up particularly tightly, as if it would loosen with just the slightest touch. It's just a pity Chen Luo's alcohol tolerance is no longer what it was 2.5 years ago. After being forced to drink several bottles of vodka in the night rose bar, he is now drunk to the point of losing consciousness. So much so that Chen Luo couldn't open his eyes at all, and of course he could only lie down at this time. I can't raise my head. Chen Luo tried fiddling with the bed for a few times, his eyes gradually becoming irritable, and after taking a deep breath, he sat down on the bed. Then he said, "It seems I have to put in some effort." After saying this, Chen Luo turned around and turned off the light on the bedside table, then started a secret operation in the dark. It was pitch dark in the dim room. All I could hear was the faint sound of clothes being thrown on the ground. This night is long. Chen Luo was in a daze, as if he had a dream. He dreamed that he had offended a ruthless man and was thrown into a black abyss by him. It's bottomless. Chen Luo was thrown down and couldn't climb up at all. There was pitch darkness before my eyes. It was like falling into a bottomless pit. Suppressed forever. Chapter 27. Chen Luo is such a fierce woman. The next day, Chen Luo woke up from the dim room and his first reaction was a headache. It hurts so much. The pain was so severe that it felt like it was going to explode, and the second reaction was feeling extremely weak. It was like having all of his yang energy sucked out by a vixen. He was so weak that he even felt a little cold in the morning. Fuck. Chen Luo is such a tiger woman. Chen Luo cursed softly. Then he carefully picked up the clothes that had been folded by Chen Luo from the bedside table and put them on one by one under the quilt. After putting it on, Chen Luo sat by the bed for a while, and suddenly got up feeling a little uncomfortable, perhaps because he drank too much. But there are other reasons. But recording for a long time, Chen Luo didn't understand what was going on. He had lost all his important memories of last night. He only remembered that he was drunk by Chen Luo in the bar. As for how he ended up in the hotel with Chen Luo, he had no idea. He had no idea what happened next on the big bed. Just now, Chen Luo's eyes suddenly noticed the trash can, which contained many white paper towels, each of which was crumpled into a ball. There is also a small pink box. Chen Luo picked up the box from the trash can and saw that it said 10 boxes on the cover. He was stunned and cursed in his heart. This tiger bitch Chen Luo is a real tiger. She really treats him like a non-human. The pure yang energy that had been accumulated for 2.5 years was almost wasted by that spendthrift woman Chen Luo in just one night. She is even more evil than the evil capitalists. She even leaves some money behind when she reaps the profits. How could Chen Luo do such a thing? With a lot of resentment, Chen Luo put on his shoes, stood up from the bed, looked at the time on his mobile phone again, then got up and opened the curtains on the balcony. After absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon, Chen Luo took a few breaths of fresh air and felt his body recover a little. At this time, the sunlight shone into the bedroom from the balcony, and the double bedroom of more than 20 square meters suddenly became bright. Then, Chen Luo's eyes immediately noticed a corner of the room. There were 200 yuan on the small table, weighed down by a bottle of mineral water. The room was dark before. Chen Luo hadn't even noticed it yet. At this time Chen Luo walked closer and took a look. Only then did I discover that there were 200 yuan under the mineral water, as well as a small note left by Chen Luo with a sentence written on it. I'll give you 200 yuan as hard work fee. Use it to buy some supplements. Don't ask me why I give you 200 yuan, because you are only worth this price. After reading this, Chen Luo was so angry that he stood there in a daze. The hand holding the note was shaking slightly. He also had a body temperature of 36 degrees. How did she write such cold words? No. Who asked her why she gave 200 yuan? Chen Luo didn't care about the money at all. The 200 yuan was not a reward for hard work, but the last straw that broke the camel's back. This woman. How vicious. After squeezing him hard, they still belittled him. What's the point of giving him 200 yuan? With his height of 180 centimeters, his strong physique from daily exercise, and the pure yarn energy accumulated for 2.5 years, he is only worth 200 yuan. So infuriating. Even if Chen Luo went to the island country to be a gigolo and serve those rich ladies, he would definitely make more than this amount of money. Xinqiu. Chen Luo was so angry that his blood was boiling again, and he suddenly felt a little dizzy. He quickly sat back on the edge of the bed and lay there for a while to calm down. Then he stood up. Forget it. It's just my bad luck that this tiger girl met her. Xinqiu thought about it. I could only bear it. There is no way. Chen Luo knew Xinqiu's background too well. As a member of a long-established underworld family in Jiangcheng, her father was very famous in Jiangcheng. As the only descendant of the Shen family, Xinqiu will definitely inherit the Shen family and become the big boss of the Jiangcheng underground world. This background. What else could Chen Luo do when he encountered this? Of course, he could only enjoy it silently. Just like life. Sometimes you can't resist the arrangement of fate, so it's better to take the initiative to cater to it. At least this way you will feel more comfortable. Chen Luo's life creed. It's just freedom. Like a green leaf, he lets the wind blow him, and lies wherever the wind blows him. After putting the 200 yuan reward into his pocket, Chen Luo went to the toilet to relieve himself, then calmly took the room card and walked out of the room. Go downstairs to the front desk to hand in the card and check out. Hello, check out. Chen Luo spoke politely to the guy at the front desk. As he spoke, he put the room card on the counter. The guy at the front desk was watching TV, but he looked up when he heard Chen Luo's voice. One hand has already got the room card. I'm about to prepare to check out Chen Luo on the computer. But suddenly, the guy at the front desk looked at Chen Luo, carefully sizing up his facial features and figure. He seemed to recognize Chen Luo's appearance, and then asked with a look of respect and admiration. Brother, are you the one who got drunk last night and was carried upstairs by a beautiful woman? Asked this. Combined with the admiring look of the receptionist, Chen Luo felt a little embarrassed for some reason, so he shook his head and said in confusion. You made a mistake, didn't you? Check out now. However, the guy at the front desk was very sure. Noticing that Chen Luo's expression was not very friendly, he immediately walked out of the counter and came to Chen Luo's side. Then he said with an admiring expression, Brother, I recognize your face. You are the one who was carried upstairs by the beautiful lady last night. Seeing the front desk guy's confident expression, Chen Luo was a little speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, since you are so sure, then why are you asking me what I am doing? It makes me a little embarrassed. Why are you asking this? Chen Luo asked in a low voice. Hearing this, the guy at the front desk smiled. Seeing that Chen Luo was finally willing to admit it, he lowered his voice and approached Chen Luo and said, To be honest, I've been working at the front desk for several years. I've been working all night every day, and my body can't take it anymore. I don't want to try anymore. I want to ask how can I get a free meal from a rich woman? Although the guy at the front desk was not well educated, he could tell that Xinqiu was a wealthy woman from her clothes and jewelry, as well as the Land Rover parked at the door. And at this time, when Chen Luo was asked this question by the guy at the front desk, he felt so aggrieved that he had nothing to say. This guy actually thought he was a gigolo? Who would spend 200 yuan a night on gigolos? For a while, the frustration that Chen Luo had just suppressed surged into his heart like a backflow. Chen Luo took a deep breath, stayed calm, and asked. Did she ask you to ask this question? Who? The one who carried me in. Of course not. The guy at the front desk explained with a heartfelt look on his face. I really don't want to work hard anymore. Brother, just teach me a few moves. Give me 200 yuan to see your sincerity. Chen Luo said speechlessly. Then, the guy at the front desk didn't hesitate at all and scanned the code and gave Chen Luo 200 yuan. Chen Luo was a little surprised when he saw this. What's the meaning? For real? Chen Luo was in a dilemma for a moment because he had no experience. He is just better at basketball, taller, more handsome and has a better figure. However, these front desk guys don't seem to have any. Then, in order not to undermine the confidence of the receptionist, Chen Luo thought for a moment before speaking. You can try to learn basketball, singing, dancing, and rap. After saying this, Chen Luo put 200 yuan in cash on the counter and walked out of the hotel. It's not easy for everyone to work outside. Chen Luo is not so heartless as to say these words, but he took 200 yuan from the front desk guy against his conscience. Chapter 28, Dividing the Spoils Afterwards. Walk to the street. Chen Luo looked back at the hotel. The name of the hotel was Starry Night Hotel. Chen Luo would remember this name silently. 2.5 years have passed. He was once again in trouble at the hands of Shino in this hotel. This tiger woman is really pushing her limits. My blind tolerance not only didn't make her calm down, but made her even more rampant. Now they are riding on my head. The more Chen Luo thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Glanced around. Chen Luo was still a little unfamiliar with this street and didn't know which way to go back, but it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. Chen Luo is a little hungry. I consumed too much last night. At this moment, not only does my stomach feel empty, but my legs also feel light when I walk. I urgently need to replenish some energy. Let's eat first. Chen Luo sighed and said. Then, Chen Luo saw a wonton shop across the street, so he crossed the street and walked straight into the shop. What to eat? There were not many people in the wonton shop at that time, so when the proprietress saw such a handsome guy like Chen Luo walk into the store, she immediately greeted him warmly. I want 3 tails of wontons. Chen Luo looked at the menu hanging on the wall. Good. The proprietress responded with a smile. Then he turned around and started cooking wontons in the hot boiler. Chen Luo took a look at the proprietress, who was about 30 years old. She was wearing a pink tight top with bright red flowers printed on it, which tightly wrapped her plump body. She was wearing tight jeans on her lower body, which wrapped her extremely mature legs. Her long hair was simply tied on her head. I have to say, the proprietress is still charming. Normally, Chen Luo would have taken a few more glances, but now Chen Luo was like an old monk who had been beating a wooden fish in the deep mountains and forests for 30 years. He had no desires or requests at all. Even if the proprietress stood in front of him and danced enthusiastically, Chen Luo's eyes were empty. The reason, of course, is that tiger woman Shino. After a while, Chen Luo's wontons were ready. The proprietress brought them to Chen Luo's table personally and spoke to him in a soft voice. Young man, auntie gave you a few more. You have dark circles under your eyes. You must not have slept well last night. Do I have dark circles under my eyes? Chen Luo asked with some surprise after hearing this. It's heavy. The lady boss nodded and said, but it still doesn't affect your handsomeness. Hearing this, Chen Luo showed a bit of embarrassment on his face. After thinking for a while, he explained, I went to the bar last night and drank a little too much. I can't drink so much next time. Bar. The proprietress sat aside and said, Auntie divorced her husband last year, and now it's boring to run this wonton shop alone. Although Auntie is over 30 years old this year, she has a young heart and likes to play with young people. We can add a green bubble. If you have a chance, can you take Auntie to the bar to play? Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't eat the wonton in his spoon as soon as it reached his mouth. He raised his head and glanced at the proprietress of the wonton shop. The look in his eyes was too obvious. This wonton is inedible. 8-1. Chen Luo suddenly stood up and said, well, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. Madam Boss, can you help me pack it up? Hearing this, the proprietress didn't say anything more. She stood up and packed the wontons for Chen Luo, who then walked out of the store carrying them. A few minutes later, the proprietress suddenly reacted and said with a resentful expression on her face, oh, it seems that guy hasn't paid yet. Walked out of the wonton shop. Chen Luo had forgotten whether he had paid or not. He sat on a chair in a small park and ate his wontons with relish. You're right. Quite delicious. After finishing the meal, it was almost 12 o'clock. Chen Luo took a deep breath and murmured, all right. I'm full. It's time to settle accounts with that traitor Xuanping. Palatizing. 7 years of brotherhood is unreliable. This early in the morning, Chen Luo has conducted deep reflection. Although the root of the problem lies in that night many years ago when Shen Luo fell in love with him because of his momentary kindness, the fuse was Xuanping. The brother he thought he was most reliable betrayed him. If it weren't for Xuanping, Chen Luo would probably never go to Night Rose again in his life, let alone step into box 001. Palletizing. Chen Luo walked out of the park and headed straight for the subway using his phone's navigation. Get on the bus at Hengyuan Station and get off at Jiangcheng University Station. Then we walked a little further. We came to the community, Xingfuyuan, where Xuanping had rented since he graduated from university. Go straight up to the 4th floor. Chen Luo raised his hand and knocked on door number 3. As expected, no one opened the door for a long time. Chen Luo immediately shouted inside through the crack in the door. Xuanping, hurry and open the door for me. Otherwise, I'll blow your little house to pieces. Hearing this, Xuanping, who had already tiptoed to the door quietly but had not dared to open it, could no longer remain silent. He replied in a very embarrassed tone, Brother Luo, I really have no choice but to do this. What kind of situation did you have to face? Did she point a gun at your head? Chen Luo said speechlessly. It's even more cruel than this. Xuanping said in a victim's tone, if I don't cooperate with her, she will chop my little Juju with a knife. You know that's my little baby, and this is the only hope I have in my life. Chen Luo was speechless after hearing this. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and spoke. Open the door quickly. Immediately, Xuanping opened the door reluctantly. After Chen Luo entered, he went into the bedroom and then sat down beside the bed with a gloomy face. Xuanping closed the door. He returned to the bedroom and looked at Chen Luo with emotion and spoke. Brother Luo, don't think too much about it now. Shen Luo gave me 500,000 yuan last night, and I transferred 100,000 yuan to myself. The remaining 400,000 yuan is in this card. The password is 6 sixes. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes immediately showed some relief. He took the bank card from Xuanping's hand with one hand, and then said with a very hurt expression. Old Xu, how can you have the nerve to transfer 100,000 to yourself? This 500,000 is my hard work fee. I fought all night last night and lost at least hundreds of millions of elite soldiers. You just give me 400,000 and send me away. Brother Luo. Although I didn't contribute much, I was really frightened by that crazy woman Chen Luo last night. This 100,000 is my compensation for mental damage. Xuanping spoke with a guilty conscience. Fuck you. The remaining 100,000 is split 50-50. You can't save the money even if you give it to me. It will all go into the pockets of those playboys. Why don't you give it to me? I'll save some money for you to marry a woman, and then I'll pay you back when you get married. Chen Luo said shamelessly. Okay. Xuanping thought he was in the wrong and transferred another 50,000 yuan to Chen Luo. Speaking of this money, he did feel a little guilty about using it, but he felt at ease after giving it to Chen Luo. The spoils have been divided. After Chen Luo walked out of Xuanping's house, his mood inexplicably became much better. Sure enough, money can cure diseases, especially poverty. Once, Chen Luo saw a joke on the internet about a netizen who suffered from depression due to a breakup. Later, his house was demolished and he received several million in compensation. Soon the netizen's depression was cured. Money is not everything. But money is the closest thing to everything in this world. Walked out of the happy home. Chen Luo waved and hailed a taxi home, and arrived at the riverside courtyard at about 12:30. Get off the car. He saw a small Volala van parked at the gate of the courtyard. At the same time, I saw Shen Luo moving things into the room on the first floor facing the front door. Suddenly, Chen Luo felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 29, Domineering Shen Luo's straight ball expression. What's the meaning? Shen Luo will also live here from now on. Then how will he live in the future? Chen Luo was deeply moved for a moment. This tiger girl is really fast. The battle was still going on in the middle of the night. Wake up in the morning. She had already asked Wolala to load the luggage and come to Linjian courtyard. Forget it, it's a blessing, not a disaster. If it's a disaster, you can't avoid it. Chen Luo couldn't help but sigh at this time. I have been teaching for 2.5 years. It has been less than a month since he returned to Jiangcheng, and almost everything that was supposed to happen has happened. Now Chen Luo only hopes that the crazy movie queen will not come back. Otherwise, Chen Luo is really going to run away again. Walk to the gate of the courtyard. Chen Luo happened to run into Chen Luo, who had just finished moving his luggage and was walking out of the room on the first floor. When Chen Luo saw Chen Luo walk into the courtyard, he immediately smiled and shouted to Chen Luo, "Chen Luo, you're back just in time. Come and help me move my luggage. I have a lot of stuff. I can't move it." Chen Luo had an expression of weakness, as if he was making a silent protest against Chen Luo's behavior last night. "Will you move?" Chen Luo's face turned cold when he heard that, and he moved closer to Chen Luo and spoke in a low voice. "I recorded the whole process last night again, and this time it was even more exciting than last time. The curse words in Chen Luo's mind came to his lips, but he swallowed them back and then changed his mouth and uttered a word in a heavy voice. "Move." "That's right," Chen Luo replied with a smile. Then he came to the trunk of Huolala, turned to Chen Luo and said, "Come and help me move this boxing pole." "Here I come," Chen Luo responded. Then he slowly came to the trunk of Huolala, and he and Chen Luo each carried one end of the heavy boxing pole and walked towards Chen Luo's house. That one lifted up. Chen Luo suddenly felt very tired in his hands. What was the inside of this boxing post made of? The weight was so heavy that Chen Luo's expression was distorted. But at this moment, Chen Luo couldn't act too strenuous in front of Chen Luo, otherwise this woman might become even more rampant. He had to prove that he was a man. Otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, Chen Luo's house is on the first floor and there is no need to climb stairs, otherwise Chen Luo would really fail today. He gritted his teeth and moved into their house from the yard gate. Inside the house, the room decoration style is similar to theirs, but Chen Luo's house on the first floor is much larger than their house on the second floor. It's probably as many as Chen Luo and Jiangcheng's houses combined. The area is about 200 square meters. There are 3 rooms. The largest room among them has been converted into a martial arts room by Chen Luo. It is about 50 square meters in size and is filled with various fitness equipment. The floor is also covered with soft cushions similar to yoga mats. "Move to that room." Chen Luo turned his head and pointed to the room in the corner, and then the two of them walked in one after the other, and after a few steps they moved to the largest martial arts room. Then, Chen Luo put down Chen Luo's boxing stick, and the expression on his face relaxed a lot. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse Chen Luo in his heart for being a pervert. The weight of this boxing pole is definitely over 200 kilograms. This Chen Luo, she actually uses this thing to practice boxing every day. She is indeed the woman who will inherit the Shen family in the future. He has finished moving now. My waist feels sore. Chen Luo seemed to see through Chen Luo's stubbornness, smiled and asked him in a low voice. "Tired? It's not that bad. The main thing is that someone quietly did it to me while I was sleeping last night." Chen Luo said this in an indirect way. "Is that so?" Chen Luo smiled nonchalantly when he heard this, and then continued to speak to Chen Luo. "Then keep moving." Immediately, Chen Luo came out again to help Chen Luo move his luggage. It must be said that Chen Luo had a lot of things. In addition to a pile of various fitness equipment, there were also 2 or 3 boxes of clothes, a pile of military and martial arts books, and a very heavy rectangular toolbox. Although Chen Luo didn't say what it was, but Chen Luo could also guess it. The box doesn't look big, but it weighs more than 200 kilograms. If nothing unexpected happens, it should contain the Tainai summoning device. At the same time, second floor balcony. Jiangcheng, who was originally practicing yoga on the balcony, had no intention of practicing anymore. Seeing Chen Luo helping this new girl, she began to feel inexplicably jealous again. As to why? Of course, it was Chen Luo's appearance and figure that made Jiangcheng feel greatly threatened. Chen Luo was wearing a pair of loose camouflage overalls today, which slightly revealed a little bit of her perfect hip line, and a tight black vest on her upper body, which revealed Chen Luo's clear waistline and her proud and wide bust. Her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, and her delicate and exquisite facial features exuded an unconquerable cold and royal sister aura. Finished. Chen Luo will definitely be charmed into a fool by her. Jiangcheng was secretly worried. Her long journey to pursue her husband was getting further and further away, with one wave after another. Teacher Mengyu was about to go on a business trip recently, and she thought that the hard days were over, and that she and Chen Luo would live happily together in the courtyard. But then a female neighbor came. Time flies. Almost 1 o'clock. Chen Luo finally helped Chen Luo move the luggage, then returned to his home, opened the refrigerator and took out eggs and tomatoes. Prepare a simple bowl of tomato and egg noodles to satisfy your hunger. But when I turned around, I heard a knock on the door, and then I heard Chen Luo speaking outside the door. Chen Luo, opened the door. What? Chen Luo came to the door, opened it a crack and replied. Come and have lunch. Chen Luo pushed open the door, forced his way into their house, and sat on the sofa. Chen Luo was silent. He turned around and looked at Chen Luo and said, My family didn't buy any vegetables today. We only have tomato and egg noodles. Why don't you go across the street to eat? There's a stir-fry restaurant there that tastes pretty good. Don't want. Chen Luo shook his head and replied firmly, I can't get used to the food outside. In comparison, your bottom is better. Chen Luo was completely speechless. He could only turn around and go back to the kitchen to cook. Although he had not spent a long time with Chen Luo, Chen Luo knew that Chen Luo could not cook. Moreover, he was even worse than Jiangcheng. He was the type who had never been in the kitchen since he was a child. He could only cook one more bowl for Chen Luo. And at this time, Jiangcheng was about to explode with anger on the balcony. When she saw the newcomer Chen Luo actually walked into Chen Luo's house so directly, her mouth was about to swell up like a puffer fish, and her pale face turned pink. This bad Chen Luo, why is he so close to her? Does he like the queen type now? But queens are not my forte. The more Jiangcheng thought about it, the more confused her mind became. She finally decided that she would have to interrogate Chen Luo after he went to work in the afternoon. Chapter 30, Breaking into a Private House. Chen Luo's home. He quickly prepared 2 bowls of noodles, then made a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes in the pot and spread it on top of the clear soup noodles. Cut 2 chopped green onions and sprinkle them on top, and the tomato and egg noodles are ready. Inside the living room, Chen Luo was so tempted by the smell that he came to the kitchen. In order to save time, he moved to the riverside courtyard overnight. From last night until now, Chen Luo has only drunk a bottle of water. So when Chen Luo smelled the aroma of the tomato and egg noodles, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Chen Luo, it smells so good. Chen Luo walked into the kitchen and came to Chen Luo's side. While taking chopsticks from the chopstick holder, he said something to Chen Luo with great appreciation. Then he took one of the bowls and went out. Sit at the living room dining table. He buried his head and started slurping the noodles. Chen Luo slowly walked out of the kitchen with another bowl, sat opposite Chen Luo and looked at her for a few seconds. Then he started eating in silence. After a while, Chen Luo quickly finished the whole bowl of noodles, not leaving even a bit of the tomato and egg, then picked up the bowl and drank a few sips of the soup, then said with a look of satisfaction. I'm full, time to go back to bed. Goodbye, I won't see you off. Chen Luo replied. The tone was a little cold. Chen Luo showed some displeasure on her face when she heard that. She stood up and walked to Chen Luo's side, wanting to argue with Chen Luo, but in the end she didn't say anything because she was really sleepy. Just fierce. Holding Chen Luo's head with both hands, he forcibly kissed Chen Luo on the cheek very hard, and a pop sound was made when his lips left the cheek. Then, Chen Luo then showed a happy smile on his face, then turned around and left Chen Luo's house, and helped Chen Luo close the door. Chen Luo walked for more than 10 seconds. Chen Luo then let out a long breath, with a helpless look on his face. He had to admit defeat after meeting the female hooligan Chen Luo. Finish lunch. Chen Luo walked into the kitchen to wash the dishes, then returned to the bedroom to take a nap. After waking up, he read the novel that Lao Shu had updated today. I feel a little better. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Chen Luo went out to work as usual. Come to the stadium. Parents sent their children over one after another. At 4 o'clock, Chen Luo officially started the training. Jiangcheng also came today. He sat there and stared at her, his eyes like a wife staring at her cheating husband. With 3 parts of resentment, 4 parts of injustice, 1 part of anger, and 2 parts of coldness. Chen Luo sighed silently. There is no need to think about why Jiangcheng is like this. It must have something to do with the new neighbor Shino who came today. When this jealous little guy was moving the luggage today, he found Jiangcheng sulking alone upstairs. Time flies. 40 minutes later, it was break time. Chen Luo took the initiative to walk to Jiangcheng, sat on the chair next to her and started talking. Jiangcheng, the new girl is called Shino. She is a senior from our university, so help her move her luggage today. Hearing this, Jiangcheng turned her head away indifferently, and replied in a nonchalant manner, "Why are you telling me this? I don't care who she is." Chen Luo smiled faintly and changed the subject. "Why haven't teacher Meng and Juo come for 2 days? You do not know?" Jiangcheng said in surprise, "Didn't you see what teacher Meng posted on WeChat Moments? She has a mission recently and will be away on a business trip for a week. Juo went back to her mother's place." "Is that so?" Chen Luo replied. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and looked at the green bubble, and saw the circle of friends that Meng Yu posted 2 nights ago. Teacher Meng would be on a business trip for a week. Finally, it's a little quieter. Chen Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Then he shot basketball on the other side for a while, and then the break time was over, and Chen Luo continued with his basketball training. Get off work in the evening. Chen Luo and Jiangcheng went to the supermarket to buy vegetables together. Beef was on sale in the supermarket today, so Chen Luo bought more than a pound of beef in one go, and then bought some spices and potatoes, planning to make a beef stew with potatoes in the evening to nourish his body. Cross the road. Chen Luo and Jiangcheng returned to the courtyard, and then saw Shino in the courtyard on the first floor, wearing a white Tai Chi suit, practicing Tai Chi while listening to music. You're right. The posture and the spirit are really exquisite, and it seems that he has reached the level of a master. Chen Luo, Jiangcheng and Lang glanced at each other. Shino didn't care either. I continued to immerse myself in every move of Tai Chi, as if I was completely immersed in it. Come upstairs. Jiangcheng asked Chen Luo curiously, "Chen Luo, what does your senior do? She is so good at Tai Chi." "Yes. Rich second generation." Chen Luo paused for a few seconds before replying. Thought about it. Chen Luo decided not to tell him what Shino did. After all, his identity was a bit special, and it would not be good for Jiangcheng if he knew too much. Return home. Chen Luo immediately started to cook dinner, while closing the doors and windows tightly to prevent the aroma of stewed beef from wafting outside, otherwise Shino would come to eat for free again. Certainly. Chen Luo was not afraid of Shino coming to eat for free, but he was mainly afraid that Shino would keep rubbing against him and accidentally rub him into bed again. By then, this little courtyard is about to be in chaos. Fortunately, under Chen Luo's strict security, Shino did not come knocking on the door to ask for a free meal today. He quietly finished his dinner at home, took a shower, and went back to the bedroom to play comfortably. Play until after 1 o'clock. Chen Luo felt a little sleepy, so he turned off the lights, closed his eyes and went to sleep. However, just a few minutes after Chen Luo fell asleep, he suddenly heard the sound of the bedroom door being opened. Chen Luo's heart was shocked. Then he saw Shino turn on the light of his cell phone and appear at the door of his bedroom. Oh shit! Chen Luo looked at Shino standing at the door. A look of deep helplessness appeared on his face for a moment, and he quickly lowered his voice and asked in shock. "Shino, how did you get in here in the middle of the night?" "I unlocked the door and came in." While responding to Chen Luo, Shino showed a thin steel wire in his hand. Chen Luo silently replied with a 6. "As expected, it's Shino. Even the locksmith doesn't have such great skills as you." "No. Why did you come in?" Chen Luo asked softly. At the same time, he quickly got up and closed the bedroom window tightly. Jiangcheng's bedroom is just outside the window. If Jiangcheng finds out about the noise, who knows what will happen? What do you think? Shino smiled charmingly when she heard that, closed the bedroom door and came to Chen Luo's bedside, took off her slippers and climbed onto the bed, slept on one side of the big bed and covered herself with the same quilt as Chen Luo, and replied tenderly, "Of course I came to sleep with you." Chen Luo sighed deeply. Then he frowned and said, "What is our relationship?" You just want to sleep with me. Lover relationship. Boyfriend-girlfriend. I don't care about those. I think differently now. After what happened 2.5 years ago, I figured out something. It doesn't matter what our relationship is, as long as yours is mine. Shino turned over and sat on Chen Luo's lap. He leaned close to Chen Luo's ear under the quilt and spoke in a very firm tone. Chapter 31. I have a second personality. Hearing this, Chen Luo couldn't stand Shino anymore. He sighed and said, "Have you ever thought about your future? You're going to cling to me all your life." "I don't care about the future, I only care about the present." Shino replied with a very pragmatic expression. "Have you really figured it out?" Chen Luo was silent for a moment and then asked again. "You don't have a choice." Shino hooked Chen Luo's chin with one hand and spoke with a look as if he had Chen Luo in his grasp. "Okay." Chen Luo had no choice but to agree, and then changed the subject and said, "I can agree to let you sleep at my place, but we have to make 3 rules." "Okay, you can make any appointment you want with me." Seeing that Chen Luo agreed, Shino smiled and said as if he would let Chen Luo set the conditions. "You got up from me first, you were pressing on me." Chen Luo spoke. Then, Shino stood up from Chen Luo's lap, sat down next to Chen Luo and replied. "Go ahead. First, you can only come to my room after 12 o'clock, and you must go back to your own house to sleep at 5:30 the next morning. You must not be discovered by the neighbors." Chen Luo spoke. "Why? Do you like the girl who was jealous on the balcony today? Or do you and she have some unspeakable secrets?" Shino asked with a smile. "Don't ask too many questions, just tell me whether you can agree to it." Chen Luo asked, changing the subject. "I promise." Shino nodded and continued, "Then I will also tell you my first point. I can use your bathroom at night. Can't you take a shower before coming to my house?" Chen Luo asked in confusion. "Don't ask too many questions, just tell me whether you can agree to it or not." Shino asked using the same words that Chen Luo had just used. "Okay." Chen Luo nodded and continued, "My second rule is that you can't wear clothes that are too revealing." "You're..." Shino was stunned for a moment and then said, "The concept is a bit too vague, isn't it? What is too revealing clothing? How much is too revealing? It's okay if you can wear it on the street." Chen Luo replied after hearing this. "Okay." Shino readily agreed and continued speaking. "My third rule is that sometimes I may want to drink a little at night, and you have to drink with me. I feel like I have a second personality, and after drinking I may not be myself anymore." Hearing this, Chen Luo looked at Shino with confusion, seeing the evil intentions that could not be hidden in her eyes, and asked in a very cautious tone. "What do you mean you are no longer yourself? That is..." Shino smiled and said, "After I drink, I may forget about the rules between us." "Aren't you cheating?" Chen Luo responded speechlessly. "How did I cheat? My first personality has made 3 rules with you. What does my second personality have to do with it?" Shino asked with a reasonable expression on his face. Point 6. Chen Luo paused for 2 seconds and replied with one word. Then he lay down on the bed, covered himself with the quilt, turned over and turned his back to Shino without saying anything. Inside the room, after being silent for dozens of seconds, Shino lost his patience and approached Chen Luo and said, "Aren't you going to make 3 rules with me? Your third rule? No more appointment." Chen Luo replied as if he was giving up, "I just said those 2 rules." He finally understood that it was completely unnecessary to make 3 rules with Shino. Met Shino. Chen Luo is really like a scholar meeting a soldier, he can't explain himself clearly. "You said so." Shino smiled and said, "Then the rules are set. You are not allowed to go back on your word or cheat." After saying this, Shino also lay down on the bed, then hugged Chen Luo from behind and whispered in his ear. "Chen Luo, to be honest with you, in the past 2.5 years, I have honestly thought back to what I did and wonder if I did it wrong. Sometimes the more I think about it, the more I can't sleep. I often suffer from insomnia and go to sleep until 3 or 4 in the morning. Let's not talk about the past anymore." Chen Luo interrupted Shino's sentimental talk, otherwise he would be afraid that the memories of the past would come back. "Then go to sleep." Shino nodded in reply. immediately. She set an alarm for 5:30 in the morning, and fell asleep hugging Chen Luo tightly, with one thigh resting on Chen Luo and her little hand on Chen Luo's chest. She fell asleep in a short while. 2.5 years. This was the best night of sleep Chen Luo had ever had. 5:30 a.m. The alarm clock rang. Chen Luo opened his eyes from the bed, then groped for the phone beside his pillow in the dark and turned off the vibration alarm on his phone. Then she quietly lifted the quilt. In order not to wake Chen Luo up, she got out of bed and tried not to make any noise. Then, Chen Luo carefully crawled to the end of the bed, then got off the bed, walked a short distance barefoot, and came to the side of the bed to put on slippers. Then, she turned the brightness of her phone to the lowest setting and looked at Chen Luo, who was sleeping. A warm feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. Chen Luo couldn't help it. She put on her slippers and came to Chen Luo. She bent down and gave Chen Luo a gentle kiss on the cheek. Then Chen Luo opened his eyes. He had a very close eye contact with Chen Luo. Suddenly, Chen Luo quickly raised his head and stood up, looking at Chen Luo with some surprise. "Are you awake?" "Awake." Chen Luo replied softly, "Otherwise someone will take advantage of me again." Chen Luo couldn't answer for a moment. Perhaps it was because her secret kiss was discovered, and her aura was a little lacking at the moment. However, Chen Luo has never been one to suffer a loss. Although she cannot beat Chen Luo in words, she can express it through her actions. "I'm impressed by you," Chen Luo replied. Then he suddenly took off his shoes, got on the bed, and sat directly on Chen Luo. Although there was a quilt between them at the moment and the room was a little dark without the lights on, Chen Luo still sat in the middle. "What are you doing?" Chen Luo was shocked when he saw this. He just said it casually, "Right." However, faced with inquiries, Chen Luo did not answer him with his mouth, but chose to speak directly with his actions. He bent down and pressed his lips against Chen Luo's mouth. Chen Luo was shocked. My brain was completely confused. What was Chen Luo trying to do? Start a fight as soon as you disagree? 3 seconds later, Chen Luo straightened up and got off the quilt, put on his slippers again, and asked with confidence, "Is it even now?" "It's even." Chen Luo nodded repeatedly in reply. "Then I'll go back." Chen Luo responded and walked out of the bedroom, leaving Chen Luo alone to think for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out Chen Luo's logic. But no matter what Chen Luo said was somewhat logical. After all, Chen Luo's reasoning was profound. Whatever he said makes some sense. Chapter 32: Playing Girlfriend. After playing with his phone for a while, Chen Luo took a nap and slept until after 9 a.m. He got up only when he felt a little hungry. Then fold the quilt. There was an indescribable fragrance on the quilt. Chen Luo sniffed it secretly a few times. It must be said that beautiful women really smelled good. Fold the quilt. Chen Luo went into the kitchen to boil some water, then made himself an fried egg. A simple bowl of egg noodles was ready. Then, Chen Luo brought the food to the balcony outside the room, sat down at the small table and started eating. Don't ask him why he wanted to sit outside to eat, of course it was because the air outside was better. Certainly. It also has a little bit of relationship with Jiangcheng, who practices yoga next door, and Chen Luo, who practices Tai Chi downstairs. While eating noodles, it's really a very pleasant feeling to admire two stunning beauties. Finish breakfast. Chen Luo went back to their house and changed his clothes. He wore a black work jacket on the upper body, a pair of jeans on the lower body, and a pair of Jordan basketball sneakers on his feet. He looked much more handsome than usual. Then he walked downstairs. He was going to do something big today, which was to go back to the orphanage to see the old director. Think about it carefully. Since Chen Luo went to college, he has never returned to the orphanage. Even though that place is not far away. But if Chen Luo goes back, the old dean will definitely give him money again. Chen Luo didn't want to trouble the old dean anymore. Everyone was not well off to begin with. He had a government-subsidized student loan to go to college, and he also saved some money by working during the summer vacation in high school. He decided to be independent if he could. Of course, go back now. It's because Chen Luo is rich now, having just received a windfall 2 days ago. Get out of the house. Chen Luo walked downstairs. Jiangcheng, who was practicing yoga on the second floor, so that Chen Luo was dressed so formally, and quickly got up and chased downstairs. He came to Chen Luo and asked curiously, "Chen Luo, where are you going to play dressed like this? Can you take me with you? I also want to go out for a walk. Not for fun." Chen Luo stopped and replied, "I'm going back to the orphanage to see the old director. I want to go too." Ji Yuqing spoke up after hearing this. "You?" Chen Luo originally wanted to refuse Ji Yuqing, but then he changed his mind and thought it would be okay to take Ji Yuqing with him to have a look, and he could also let Ji Yuqing pretend to be his girlfriend. Let the old dean be happy. So he changed the topic and asked Ji Yuqing, "Do you really want to go?" "Think." Ji Yuqing nodded in reply. Ji Yuqing doesn't care where Chen Luo is going. What's important is not where to go, but going out to play with Chen Luo. Chen Luo has been here these few days. Never been out. Today she finally got her chance. "I have a request." Chen Luo leaned close to Ji Yuqing's ear and whispered, "When you go there, you have to pretend to be my girlfriend and make the dean happy." Hearing this, Ji Yuqing showed surprise on her face. She couldn't believe that this was what Chen Luo said. She looked at Chen Luo with innocent eyes. "Are you serious? For her? Don't even mention a fake boyfriend, the real one is the best. Do I look like I'm kidding you?" Chen Luo looked at Ji Yuqing with a serious expression, which made Ji Yuqing smile so much that she couldn't stop. She nodded repeatedly and responded, "It's settled then. I'm going to go change my clothes, wait for a moment." "Okay." Chen Luo nodded in reply. Ji Yuqing is still wearing a set of yoga clothes. It must be said that the clothes are so tight that even the lines of Ji Yuqing's underwear are visible. It is obviously not appropriate to wear it to an orphanage. And after she went up, aside, Shen Qiu turned off the music and came to Chen Luo, asking with an extremely unhappy expression, "Why do you ask her to pretend to be your girlfriend? Isn't it appropriate for me to be so pretty?" "You can hear all this," Chen Luo said with some surprise. Just now, when he talked about this with Ji Yuqing, he deliberately lowered his voice. Shen Qiu was under her eaves, and the distance between them was about 6 or 7 meters. Logically, she should not be able to hear it. But now, Shen Qiu looked so confident that it was obvious that he had heard it. "You don't know. I can lip read." Shen Qiu responded with a sneer. Hearing, Chen Luo was also shocked for a moment. What other skills did Shen Qiu not have? He could even understand lip language. Really omnipotent. Hurry up and speak. In terms of appearance, I am not worse than that Ji Yuqing, right? Although I didn't have many boys chasing me in school before, don't think that I am unpopular. It's because those boys didn't dare to chase me, not because of my bad looks. Shen Qiu asked, very unconvinced. Chen Luo sighed softly and replied, "My dear Miss Shen Qiu, I didn't say that you are not good looking, but do you think you look like a good girl? Sometimes a person's temperament cannot be hidden, do you understand?" Compared to Ji Yuqing, no matter how much Shen Qiu disguises herself, the temperament that is revealed in her eyes can be seen at a glance. Not a good girl. Especially the look in Shen Qiu's eyes when he was angry. The oppressive feeling made ordinary people feel weak. Hearing this, Shen Qiu snorted and said, "Then I'll take a step back. I won't play the role of your girlfriend anymore. I'm going to play the role of your female boss. You are my employee now." Chen Luo smiled bitterly when he heard this. "What's the matter? Do you think I'm an actor in a play? And you added a role to yourself? Shen Qiu, if you really want to go, that's fine, but don't add so much drama. I'll be exposed then, right?" Chen Luo advised kindly. "Okay." Shen Qiu thought about it and nodded. Chen Luo then breathed a sigh of relief, and the two of them waited in the yard, but after waiting for 10 or 20 minutes, Ji Yuqing still hadn't come down. Shen Qiu became a little impatient and started complaining to Chen Luo. "What's going on? Why does she take so long to change her clothes? Go and take a look." As soon as the words fell, Ji Yuqing finally came out of the house. After carefully choosing and looking through all her clothes, she finally picked out a green dress that she was satisfied with. Solid colors appear very rustic. She was wearing Mary Jane shoes of the same color, her hair was naturally loose, and her skirt was long enough to cover half of her calves, revealing only a small section of her slender, white and well-proportioned legs. Only a little bit of the neckline is exposed, making her look very ladylike and elegant. She has light makeup on her face. This look. I have to say that she looks especially like a kindergarten teacher. Not only the clothes, but also Jiangcheng's gentle, quiet, yet somewhat lively temperament, makes her look especially like a teacher in a kindergarten class. How is it? Does it look good? Jiangcheng asked with a smile. Well enough. Chen Luo nodded and said, let's go. Hey wait. Jiangcheng glanced at Shino beside Chen Luo and asked. She's going too. It would be convenient for her to take us there because she has a car. The orphanage is in the suburbs and needs to be driven out of the main city. Chen Luo replied. Jiangcheng's silence was considered as her agreement. The three of them walked out of the yard. After closing the door, Jiangcheng took the lead and sat in the passenger seat of the Land Rover, so that no matter who was driving, Shino and Chen Luo could not sit together.